woke up and I'm back in Haiti. Sun on my face and the air too spicy. Mama on the porch with the same white chair, same blue bucket, same prayer there. Dust on my shoes, but I'm on for real. Hit on roosters talk, hit that iron wheel. Put a Prince beat like a drum in my chest. I've been far too long, now I'm back with the rest. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Who can shake me? I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Flip-flop slap when I walk that block. Old heads now when the boys all talk. Sweet mango juice and the gas can flame. Luke cousin grin when he holler my name. I left with a dream in a bag of pain. Came back same soul, just a little more strain. Now I move slow, let the day unfold. Got my roots in the dirt, got my story told.
So what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. That is the theme, right? For this live stream. I'm back in Haiti. Originally I wanted the song to be I woke up and I'm back in Haiti. But we get what we get. So, hey D Love, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is up, Bushido? What is going on? So again, as a continuation, what is that? We got Hayward. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Said, greetings from Columbia, South Carolina. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you and yours. So, we're going directly back into the normal scheduled program, dealing directly with the Haitians and the many things that they want to specifically state about Black Americans, on top of some other information of which that I found out, which oddly enough, I don't see Haitians actually talking about while they're online wanting to blame Black Americans for every single thing dealing with TPS and ICE and everything of the sort. So what we're going to do, yo, shout out to Alex. What is up? What is up? He said, what's up, Seji? What's up, chat? Today and all day is our day. Stay healthy and blessed. Same to you too as well. So we're going to, take a listen to this guy here who, if you technically look at him, he got his ears pierced. He's, he got the wave cap directly on and everything of the sort. Black male aesthetic, right? So we're going to listen and see what he has to state about Black Americans, right?
Yo, why here FBA talking about if you Haitian, you ain't black? Nigga, we the first black nation, nigga. What you talking about? Y'all gotta find something else to call yourself, bro, because, like, at this point, y'all just a joke. Hey, yo, that FBA movement, is that shit even pro-black? Like, I see you niggas only organize to hate on other black people, right? Y'all worrying about Haitians and the TPS when that got nothing to do with y'all. Like, we didn't go to y'all to ask for no TPS. Like, we went to the white man. It's the white man country. And I know it's not even all of y'all. Like, it's just the men. It's the men whining on TikTok, on YouTube. Like, but I know the FBA women love a big soul, man. Stop playing.
So again, going back from the previous video that I gave you, where you had a Haitian man that decided that he wanted to say this, that, and the third about TPS and Black Americans. And then, we ended up finding out that he was more than likely getting deported, right? Because he didn't have all of his stuff straight. So within that exact same vein, you got this Haitian man deciding that he wants to get directly online and he wants to talk about Black American men. Again, using the divide and conquer, right? He's talking about Black American men whining and da-da-da online and all this other type of stuff. But then he was like, but we know, Black American women, they love a Haitian man. And that. See, that's the stuff that I'll be talking about. That's that whole divide and conquer tactic, feeding directly into the gender war. Again, this is an immigrant deciding that this is what he wants to sit up there and do. He wants to try to say that, hey, one side is pretty much, just a problem. The Black woman, we love you and y'all love us and all this other type of. See, like I said, y'all got to pay attention to the slickery when it deals with a lot of these folks and how it is that they want to move online, right? So now we're going to go directly to a Haitian woman, right? And we're going to listen to what she has to state about Black Americans. That stated, she says, educating FBAs, Black Americans, on hashtag Haitian TPS. I wonder what she's going to state or how it is that we may be blamed for something. Let's take a listen.
So I notice a lot of FBAs, otherwise known as Foundational Black Americans, otherwise known as African Americans, who don't like being called African Americans anymore. They're making videos spreading misinformation about the TPS program that has ended for some Haitians. The reason why I say some Haitians is because they are under the assumption that all Haitians are being sent back to Haiti since TPS has ended, and they're rejoicing, saying safe travels, good riddance, like they got rid of all the Haitians in the United States, and that's simply not true.
And what's also not true is that you have not heard Black Americans state that, oh yeah, all the Haitians they're sitting up there. No, 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 no. We're talking about the ones who decided to waste time, who decided to start up families and businesses, who didn't have their paperwork directly in order. And some of them are the exact same ones that want to run their mouth directly online. We know who it is that we're talking about. It's you guys who don't know who it is that we're talking about. But let's continue.
The TPS program, known as the Temporary Protected Status Program, is for refugees that came to the United States from Haiti, not just Haiti, but some other countries as well. But in this particular situation, we're talking about Haiti. They are not just poor refugees, but they are also doctors, lawyers, educators, nurses, all types of variety of Haitian people that came under the TPS program. And not all Haitians that come to the United States are refugees. A lot of the people that come to the United States from Haiti are immigrants, like my parents who came in the 1960s, particularly in 1967. My mom came under the Duvalier dictatorship. My dad came to do his studies in the United States, and he's a doctor and a pastor. Rest of my family has been in the United States also since the 1960s. They're in New York City, Florida, Canada, Boston, California, and Philadelphia. And so a lot of people have been in the United States from Haiti for decades upon decades. And so I just wanted to give the correct information that there are immigrants that are here that are U.S. citizens, like my parents. They cannot send them back to Haiti as U.S. citizens. There are people from Haiti that are permanent residents in the United States that they cannot be sent back. There are people like me who are known as Haitian Americans who were born in the United States that cannot be sent to Haiti. So please educate yourself before sending misinformation as you rejoice thinking that all Haitians are going back to Haiti. Thank you.
Again, nobody said that all Haitians were going back, but a lot of y'all got some smart mouths and y'all want to roll up online. The other thing I want to point out as well, too, since she's talking about she wanted to give the correct information. The other correct information is that you have the legal residents. You have those who went through the proper channels and did what they were supposed to do in the United States in order to secure the ability to be a permanent resident in the United States. They're running around popping their gums online, making it worse for, you know, let's say your other relatives who may not have secure citizenship, your cousins, your friends, or whoever else who is in your Haitian community that don't have the proper paperwork, right? Let's also get another thing clear. It's crazy how you can be a Haitian and be here for, again, like I said, for the last 3 or 4 live streams or even videos. It's crazy how you can be a Haitian and be here for 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years and you still didn't get the proper paperwork. I beg your finest pardon. How is that even possible? How is it possible that you can be here 40 some odd years, right? Start up a family, start up a business, buy a home, and get a car, right? Have all of this stuff here in the United States. But the one thing that you forgot to do was get the proper paperwork. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Instead of trying to make this video and quote unquote trying to educate Black Americans, you need to educate your people who are coming over as immigrants, who are coming over as fleers, runners and track stars, right? Refugees. You need to educate them and tell them as soon as they set foot in the United States, to go up to the government office and get that paperwork in order, in check, before you start doing anything else. Don't start up a family. Don't start up a business. Don't buy a car. Don't do nothing. Make sure you get that paperwork so you won't get caught up. How about that one? How about you educate your people? Y'all can't educate Black Americans on nothing because we ain't moving nowhere. We're not afraid of ICE. We're not afraid of TPS. We ain't afraid of none of the stuff that is going on specifically with you. But like I said, y'all got the nerve and y'all got all the mouth and the gusto to make all of these videos trying to point out Black Americans, but y'all ain't doing this with white people though. Megyn Kelly told y'all to sit up there and get out. Where's all of that voice? Where's all of that pride? Where's all of that ego? I don't see y'all trying to flag bang on Megyn Kelly when she told y'all to get out, that y'all ain't need it. Huh? What happened? Where's all that pride at? Where's all of that mouth? How come I don't see all of these Haitians online that's talking to Black Americans? Why ain't y'all making 1,000 videos going at Megyn Kelly? Oh, that's right. That's because it's a white woman. No matter how disrespectful white people are to Haitians, y'all make sure to sit up there and respect them. Y'all make sure to sit up there and get directly in line. Y'all ain't talking about trying to cast any voodoo or hoodoo or whatever it is. Y'all ain't, like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical how that works. But y'all got all the mouth for Black Americans. White people sitting up there really telling y'all how they feel. Didn't they get online and sit up there and say that y'all going after the cats and the dogs and everybody else on up out here? What was that, like Indiana, Ohio? Y'all ain't really had no type of voice on that either. It was other people that was speaking out for y'all, not specifically you. Because like I said, I guess y'all know better, right? When it deals with white people, y'all know better than to sit up there and go at them. So your best bet is like, we're going to sit up there and flag on the play and move the goalposts, and we're going after the Black Americans. We're going to make videos towards the Black Americans. We're going to show how much we dislike and all this other type of stuff towards the Black Americans. The same people who made it comfortable for y'all to even be here. That's who y'all got the energy and the mouth directly for. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Oh, yeah, okay, you said it was what? Columbus, Ohio? Yeah, thank you. Like I said, it's crazy work. You had a field of white people out there sitting up there talking about Haitians, dragging them through the mud. And it was other people who were not Haitian that was coming out trying to body block and shield the Haitians from all of that stuff that was happening. But like I said, they didn't have a whole bunch of mouth. They weren't running all these TikToks and making all these videos on X and everywhere else. It's wild work out here. 100%. But let's continue.
With a Haitian, and they were talking about all of the hateful comments and rhetoric that's been spewed by a lot of FBA individuals, and I said something that's going to be pretty unpopular between a lot of Haitians. So as you guys know, TPS has ended, and now a lot of Haitians that's on TPS is up for deportation, and there's been plenty of videos, comments with FBA individuals essentially, glorying and praising that, Haitians are going to get deported, they got to go back, pack up your bags, all of these different things like that. And then he said, you don't see how a lot of their talking points is literally symmetrical to white supremacists and how they were treated by white America?
So I want y'all to notice this. Number one, he said roughly the exact same thing the previous Haitian woman just stated, that, Black Americans, they sitting up there saying this and that, and they happy and rejoicing. They got the same. I don't know who in their community is passing around this script, but it's like, y'all need some better writers. Y'all can't even really make it different. Y'all saying the exact same thing. And then here y'all come sitting up there talking about like, yeah, these Black Americans, actually, they're racist. They're actually, white supremacists. These white supremacist talking points. Did we not just watch a video from a previous live streaming that I gave y'all where a Haitian woman was literally giving white talking points, talking about Black Americans, wanted to say that we're lazy, we're on Section 8, we're on EBT, we're on all types of government assistance, and we are lazy, we're uneducated, and we're mad because the Haitians are coming over here and doing better than us and all this. I'm like, she was saying a lot of stuff that I would normally hear from white folks, but it was coming from a Haitian woman. And I'm like, that's not even your original talking point. That's not even how you guys even talk. Somebody fed and gave that directly to you and told you, like, here, Haitian, you want to sit up there and get all of these niceties and Happy Meal toys. Say this about the Blacks. That's what they did. And this is why I keep sitting up there saying that what these folks don't realize, or maybe they do, and they're just plain dumb, is the fact that a lot of these immigrants, these Haitians and many others, they're used as blockers, right? in order to, or a stopgap in order to make sure that Black Americans can only make it to a certain point. So the moment of time we get there, that's when they magically appear, and they're basically holding down the line, making sure that we can only make it so far above that level. So now that they're at that level, now they can sit up and say, look at how we're doing. Look at what we're sitting up there doing. We're coming over here, we're sitting up there beating y'all out. Like I said, y'all getting handouts. The government handed you a lot of this stuff. Everything that you guys are getting right now was originally supposed to be for Black Americans. But in order to cause further issues in the United States, right, and to move the goalposts so Black Americans ain't really focused on y'all, they set up there and put y'all directly in between them. And y'all fell right directly for it because they gave you some Happy Meal toys, something shiny. And you really think that that's enough. You really think that that's something to brag about. How it is that you can pedestalize yourself and be like, yeah, look at us, up here, we in here, flag banging and all this, being disrespectful. Talking wild, talking crazy, as if you basically founded something and built something. Haitians getting online, sitting up there trying to rewrite history and tell Black Americans, oh, Black Americans, you know why you guys are free in the United States? You didn't free yourselves. It was because of actually the Haitian Revolution. We the reason that y'all even know what freedom is. So y'all need to actually be showing us respect. That's some crazy work. That is 1,000% crazy work. How that works. How you want to be revisionist when it deals with Black American history. But then at the same time, y'all sit up there and tell us we don't have a history. We don't know ourselves and all. We don't have a culture and yada, yada, yada and whatnot or whatever. That's crazy work. Because like I said before, when I look at a lot of these Haitian men, they are mimicking the aesthetics and even the vocals of Black American men. Which is crazy because I'm like, I thought y'all said we didn't have no influence. I thought we didn't have nothing. It's a wild work. Wild work, even down to the fact of you got Haitian men that are a part of hip hop. Y'all didn't make that. Y'all didn't create that. Y'all didn't even have hip hop and rap directly back there in Haiti. Y'all song and dance was completely different versus what is here in the United States. I guess sooner or later y'all gonna sit up there and say that y'all the main ones, that created hip hop and rap too. I wonder. Crazy work. Right? Crazy work. But let's continue.
And I said, yes, but guess what? Have grace. I told them the first thing that you have to do is look at the history of Black Americans. For the group of individuals that have endured the most hardship in this country, they're also the most accepting, they're the most forgiving, and they're the most welcoming. So you can't take the action of a few individuals, and especially in the moment of anger, and try to paint that as their character and who they are and what they represent. Because first and foremost, immigration definitely does affect Black Americans. And not only that, but based on how they're being treated now and the history of how they've been treated, they have all the right to be angry, to be mad. Now you may say, well, they can be mad, but they don't have to be. They don't have to be as hateful as they're being. And this is where I will come in and say, even if you see hateful rhetoric, that's not their heart. Even if you see a lot of people saying, pack your bags, ICE is going to come get you, go back to your country and all of these different things, I'm telling you, as hateful as they may be, that is not their heart. What you're witnessing.
Whoa. See how people can start doing so good and then they just start veering off lane and just like tumbling off the road. Like that's some crazy work. Straight car crash. Straight car crash. was on some type of a little bit of a road and then he just flipped off the road like Jeffrey Dean. Like it's crazy. It's wild how that works. But trying to label what it is that Black Americans do is hateful. Yeah, no, we don't hate anybody in a sense, technically. Can Black Americans, dislike attitudes, have issues, or find them problematic? Yes, and yes. Us being hateful to you for what reason? What historically have you ever done for us to realistically actually have a hate towards you? Right? You like I said, for me, the best way I explain it is this: dealing with hate. In order for me to really hate somebody, in a sense, you would have to be very, very close. You would have had to have done something that is unforgivable, right? I'm pretty sure people can look at others in their families, and you can look at a person and be like, yo, I actually hate that person because of what they did in his family, what they did to a significant other, or how it is that they move and all this. Right. That's somebody that, in a sense, you had love for, that you were very, very close to. And they either, broke that love, broke that trust, or a combination of both. When it deals with Haitians, we don't got none of that with y'all. Y'all are complete strangers for all intents and purposes. So can we dislike you? Yes. Can we vocally say that we are displeased with your actions and the way that y'all moving and talking online? Yes. Can we sit up there and say that you guys want to be revisionists online and try to rewrite history and we have a huge problem with that? Yes. But none of that basically speaks or preaches hate. So it's crazy how, while trying to make, this type of content that he's doing, trying to walk the middle line, you're still throwing shots at Black Americans. Like I said, y'all just can't, y'all can't just like make up your mind on how it is that you want to really deliver a message. You just still got to throw some shots and some jabs here and there. Like, it don't make any type of sense. This is why folks don't even believe y'all when y'all happen to say some stuff, even if it is nice. Can't sit up there and take you for certain, because y'all got double faces out here. Like I said, it's wild work, but let's keep going.
Missing is a lot of misplaced anger. While I might not agree with the hateful rhetoric, I'm in 100% support for the FBA movement. All you have to do is give them some time to get some real good leaders that's going to point them in the right direction, give them the right talking point, and things to focus on and to build so that they can primarily focus on FBAs. So all in all, don't let a few people with misplaced anger.
Hold on. So Uno World, I'm not, in a sense, misrepresenting what it is that he stated. My point still stands. Don't sit up here and say one thing and then you're still technically throwing shots. He has no proof that any of the Black Americans out here speaking hate Haitians. That's what I'm talking about. You're trying to say that the words that they're using is hateful. Nah. Black Americans are disagreeing like I'm doing right now. I'm disagreeing with everything that all of these Haitians are sitting up there saying towards Black Americans online. The disrespect, the devaluing, all folks trying to rewrite history and trying to tell us that they are more important than us, that they have more of an impact in the United States than Black Americans. Like I said exactly what I said.
Make you generalize a whole group of people that have a history of being nothing but the opposite.
Like I said, man, if people would stay consistent on their messages, I wouldn't have a problem. I can sit up there and just, float with people and just be, right there. I've done it before on different videos and content that I've showcased and that people have recorded that I've posted directly in live streams and or videos. But like I said, when people want to start taking shots, that's when it becomes a problem. When people are saying stuff that's not needed, that's when it becomes a problem. When people want to misrepresent what it is that Black Americans are feeling and or saying online, that's when it becomes a problem. Because for far too long at this moment in time, too many folks want to come out of the blue dealing with this immigration ICE situation, TPS, and they want to say that Black Americans are hateful towards immigrants, that we're xenophobic. They want to say that we're anti-Black and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. They want to even go to the extent and try to say that we're white supremacists. And I'm like, where do y'all get this from? I'm like, who fed y'all these talking points and got you to the point where you really believe every single thing that you're saying at this moment in time, even though you realistically don't have a shred of evidence? Like I said, that's crazy. Like I said, the problem ends up being that when Black Americans speak up and speak out about all the things that's taking place, people want to start having a major problem. That's why you hear a lot of folks trying to say that we're xenophobic, that we're hateful, that we're this, that we're that, because they liked it when Black Americans just turned the other cheek, when we stayed silent, when we just ignored it. Like I said, I get comments all the time underneath some of these videos where people are like, yo, man, why are you still giving these folks attention? Because they want attention. I'm going to give them that attention and more. Like I said, you can only take so much. And as a Black American, I've taken far too much, been far too lenient overlooked far too many things that they've decided to state online, because I'm like, let me just ignore them and focus on this. So this is when, like I told people before, if you ignore a situation or a problem, it'll get to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. So like I said, just like they're a stopgap when it deals with the progress of Black Americans, I'm going to be that stopgap when it deals with a lot of this nonsense that they want to spew and place directly online. That's how it works. You know, I'm just saying. Well, let's keep going.
A lot of FBAs, foundational Black Americans, fled to Haiti during slavery because Haiti was the only place that opened up its borders to every Black person in the Caribbean and all over the world. So a lot of FBAs technically are just, a lot of Haitians are technically returning home. But since most people don't know that, because the Haitian Revolution is not talked about in America as much as it should be, a lot of people are not aware that this is an actual truth. Like the government of Haiti was giving loans, like money, financial incentives, and land grants to Black Americans that were fleeing slavery during 1820s, I believe. I think the reason they don't talk about it as much is because they want Black people to think that Black unity is not really a thing, right?
So I'm just going to type this in. What is it? How many Black Americans went to Haiti? And what was that? He said like 1820 or something like that. Let me go back and look at this, because I got to fly back to the screen. Got to zoom in real quick. 1820, right? Because I need a I need a number. What do we have here? They said in 1820 there was no widespread organization departures of Black Americans to Haiti. The majority migration movement officially began in 1824 when Haitian President Jean-Pierre Boyer launched a sponsored immigration campaign. Between 1824 and 1826, an estimated 8,000 to 13,000 free African Americans immigrated to Haiti. So you're talking about a few people. You're talking about a few people, and then from that, you want to sit up there and say, realistically, they're just returning home. Nah, brother. If you decide to leave, you decided to leave. They're Haitians. I'm not trying to hear none of that. We're not about to get wires or lines directly crossed. You do realize that in order to leave the United States and go to Haiti, that there's a nice amount of water there. So if you left, you left. So as soon as they touch, just like how there was a whole thing before where it was like, hey, if you're like Dominican or Cuban or Haitian, as soon as you set up there and touch land, directly in the United States, automatically, you're saved, or however that stuff basically went, right? I'm looking at that the exact same way. As soon as whoever left, quote, from whatever, AI gave, right? So as soon as those 8,000 or whatever left, those few freed individuals left, and they went to Haiti, automatically they're Haitians. As soon as they touch land, they're Haitians. The Haitians. Don't sit up there and pull up to the scene and try to tell me that as soon as we start seeing 200,000 Haitians come directly back over here, oh, those are just originally Black Americans. Nah, brother. We are not about to muddy the waters on that. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. We're not talking about people who had automatic citizenship, or the white paperwork from the government, right? We're not talking about none of that. They were like, hey, I'm done with America. I'm out of here. I don't care what happens, right? They dipped and they became Haitians. That's it. That's disrespectful to sit up there and try to say like, no, they're not, really Haitians. They're Black Americans. They're FBAs coming back. Nah, you can't even prove it. What bloodlines are you talking about here? Show me those bloodlines of those Haitians coming right back here because they were originally from here. Show me those bloodlines. Show me those folks. Show me those families. You can't. You can mention some stuff in black and white, but you can't sit up there and show me any DNA results that's linking them to this, that, and the third, right? Just like how people want to be like, oh, 23andMe, it basically told me X, Y, and Z and all this other type of stuff, right? You can't do that. You just talking at this point. And then you're trying to muddy the waters to try to say that realistically Haitians are, historically Black. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not muddying those waters at all. We're not mixing. We're not mingling. We're not doing any of those things at all. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Because now if you want to sit up there and be slick, people can go to the effect and sit up there and say that you know, those folks helped y'all, you know, rebuild and fix Haiti. And like I said, I'm pretty sure people don't want to start going down that road. Right? Pretty sure that people don't want to start going down that road. I'm pretty sure a lot of Haitians would never allow that. Right? So within that exact same vein as a Black American, I'm not about to sit up there and allow this nonsense to sit up there and fly like I stated. You had a few people that left. That's great. So they're Haitians. So like, what are we talking about? This is not Black history. That's Haitian history. That has nothing to do with Black history. Like, get that on up out of here. Get that on up out of here. It's crazy. Diabolical. Like I said, revisions. People just want to rewrite history. Like I said, and these are the same people that want to sit up there and say that, you know, they're not Black. All this other type of stuff. Wild work. But now you want to sit up there and try to say that the Haitians, you know, coming back over are Black American. Come on, dog. Y'all don't know what y'all doing or what y'all saying at this moment in time. Don't know what y'all doing or saying. But to make this a little bit sweeter, right? Let me sit up there and give one little showcase of some of the nonsense, right? And like I said, how I sat up there and showed y'all before how you had the Latins and the Chinese, or the Latins and Asians coming together, you know, for Trump and all this, or the Asian and Latin coalition and whatnot. You about to sit up there and see an Asian woman in a Haitian family. But surprise, surprise. And this is, again, something that the Haitians don't want to talk about nor get mad at or make videos about.
24. Where are you originally from?
From China. Communist China.
So let me pause that so y'all can see it real quick, right? It says Asian and Haitians for Donald Trump. So for any of the Pan-Africans, any of the Haitians, and any other immigrants that want to have a problem with what I have to say as a Black American, take it up with your God, your Lord and Savior. As I stated before, and I continuously stated, y'all are the reason why it is that y'all getting deported. Y'all are the reason why ICE is happening. Y'all are the reason why TPS disappeared. The folks that you see in front of you, Haitian American, Chinese American, voted for their own demise of their own people. They voted for Trump. They voted for the same administration that told them before they got into office that their plan was to get rid of all of the immigrants up out of here, to stop immigration, to close the doors. And y'all dummies still voted directly for it. You got your legal residents that voted for the illegal residents to get packed up. But all of y'all want to sit up there and have all of this mouth for Black Americans. How that work? Haitians, for anybody that's Haitian related, Haitian cousin, Haitian coworker, you got a Haitian loved one. I'm just trying to figure out, bring them to the front. I'm trying to figure out, how is it possible that you as a Haitian from another country voted for a white man that said that he's going to pack you up if you don't got the proper paperwork, if you're on TPS, and he was going to disrupt the economy that you got going on and the job situation and your family? How do you sit up there and vote against yourself and think that it's for your own best interest? How can you be that dumb, deaf, and stupid? That's all I'm trying to sit up there and figure out. And then at the same time, y'all got all the voice for Black Americans, but you don't got none of that energy towards yourself. Your own people sat up there and voted for you to get packed up, but y'all want to sit up there and come at Black Americans. I didn't vote for none of this. I'm just sitting back, as I've been doing. But somehow, some way, no matter how it is that Black Americans moved, we still got to take the blame, because y'all don't want to hold that L and that responsibility for what it is that you did to yourselves. That's crazy. But let's keep going. I want to hear what this Asian woman got to say. Let's listen to this.
Trump 2024. Where are you originally from?
From China. Communist China.
Really? And you're supporting Trump, clearly.
Yes, because if we don't support Trump, if the Democrats get in, we're going to be communist, socialist.
Yeah, we don't want that.
We think that, yes. So that's why I volunteer to support Trump.
I love it.
Yeah, from 2016.
So you've been a Trump supporter from the very beginning?
Yes.
What did it for you? What did it for you?
Oh my God, when Trump becomes president, oh my God, so everything's so great.
That's good.
Gas is so low, groceries a great price, and we got so many things achieved. Trump achieved so much, and he keep his promise. You know, he has his campaign promise. We didn't know he would fill those promises or not.
Yes, but he did.
And he tried so hard. He fight so hard for us, and it just is. I was thinking, oh my God, what a great president.
Yeah, he definitely was. We're on the same page. Can I see what your shirt says all the way?
Yeah. I have many shirts. Today I choose this one.
Oh, wow. I love it. I love the whole outfit.
What did it say on her shirt? It said, Trump ain't no mistake snowflake. So like I said, for a lot of those immigrants or whatnot, whatever, a lot of the folks that don't have their proper paperwork, y'all need to start pointing this energy instead of looking at Black Americans. Y'all really need to start pointing it at your own, right? The ones that are really holding down the gate. Like I said, even your own people used you. But again, y'all don't got the smoke for your own people. You don't got the smoke for people who look just like you. You don't even got smoke for the white people that told you to get out like Megyn Kelly. Nah. Y'all got all of this anger. Y'all got all of this animosity. Y'all got all of this energy, all of this rah online. Only for Black Americans. Only for Black Americans? That's wild. That's wild. You had a lot of Black Americans that voted Democrat, right? And that's historically because of, things that Black Americans have been told, a lot of lies, a lot of a variety of things, mixed up in there. But also within that, you have Black Americans that voted blue because they know that it was going to save you. But even your own people voted against Black Americans. Just imagine if, these Asians, these Latins, and these Haitians, and these Indians, and the many others, just imagine if they would have decided to side with Black Americans during that vote. I guess you guys would actually still have your TPS status for a little bit more time. I guess you would actually have some more time to potentially get your paperwork straight, even though you still wouldn't get it straight. That's insane. We know what the voting numbers are. We know where Black Americans voted. But do we really know where a lot of these immigrants who got problems with Black Americans not standing up for them and their rights and fighting against ICE and TPS, do we really know where they voted or who it is that they sided with, even if they couldn't vote? Yes, they sided with Trump. They sided with the Republicans. I've seen Latins for Trump. I've seen Indians for Trump. I've seen Asians for Trump. I've seen Jamaicans for Trump. I've seen Haitians for Trump. Indians for Trump. Wow. It's crazy how people can decide to vote a certain type of way when they really believe that it's going to affect Black Americans first, and especially in a certain type of way to where it's going to elevate them in this white American society. That's crazy. That's wild. Diabolical. You really thought that y'all were going to sit up there and make it. You really thought that voting this way was going to really benefit you and help you out. And a lot of y'all started getting packed up. And especially to the Haitians, again, this is not your first time being directly in the news for moving stupid, for saying stupid stuff. This is not the first time. But yet, here we are again. And yet again, y'all still refuse to sit up there and listen and acknowledge all the things that Black Americans tried to tell you so that you can save you from yourself. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. But let's keep going. Let me move this one over.
Black people are not native to the United States of America. Their ancestors come from West Africa. It is not a crime to look like somebody that is West African. The same way that Jamaicans acknowledge that their ancestors came from West Africa.
I'm not African.
Why are you not African? Where's your husband from?
He's from America.
Oh, he's American. Like African American or Black American or white?
Black American.
So you both are Black Americans.
No, yeah.
What is your race?
I'm American.
You're American.
Yeah. I'm Black American, I guess.
Black American, okay.
I'm not African.
What?
Black Americans that I've talked to, bro, a lot of them acknowledge their ancestors came from West Africa, but the internet will have you thinking.
So I want to know. I do understand that the video is a little bit low. That's my apologies. I thought I actually put the volume up when I put this video together. But the main thing that he's trying to basically state, and this is why I sliced this video directly in, because that was a Jamaican woman that you were able to see. He's basically trying to state that even Jamaicans acknowledge their African roots, right? So let me just roll back to that one more time.
West Africa.
I'm not African.
Why are you not African? Where's your husband from?
He's from America.
Oh, he's American. Like African American or Black American or white?
Black American.
So you both are Black Americans.
No, yeah.
What is your race?
I'm American.
You're American.
Yeah. I'm Black American, I guess.
Black American, okay.
I'm not African.
What?
So you heard that Jamaican woman, she didn't even technically really say that she was Jamaican. She was like, well, I'm with a Black American man. So he was like, so what are you? He was like, I'm American. And then she was like, well, I'm Black American. That's that's very sweet, that she wants to think or believe that, but she is incredibly wrong. Ma'am, you are Jamaican. You are Jamaican American. If anything, you are Jamaican American. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can be as Jamaican as you want to sit up there and be with your loud colors and with the clothes that you got on. There's nothing wrong with being just that. Like I said, your boyfriend is Black American and you are a Jamaican American. But as stated, she went right against what this young man in front of you basically stated. He said that Jamaicans, those in the islands, will admit to being African. She very loudly, not once but twice, yelled to somebody in the background, I'm not African. She didn't say it quietly. She said it as aggressive as possible because she was offended. She was like, how dare you sit up there and say that I'm African? I am not African. But do you think that these Pan-Africans and these Africans are going to get directly on Nah. Like I said, that's some crazy work. Let me see. I'm looking at the comments real quick. Oh, that was somebody else basically talking. Wait, somebody said, so wrong. What's wrong with her mind? Hey, it be like that. It 100% be like that. Like I said before, let that have been a Black American online stating that with that type of energy. Oh, Pan-Africanists and Africans would have just dragged that person through the mud. But notice the dead silence when it's somebody that's from the islands and they state this. Everybody's like, okay, well, they say they're not African. It's whatever. But don't you dare be a Black American and utter those words or say something like that online. You'll get flames. It'll be like a Pompeii eruption that'll sit up there and go off. People will lose their minds. Right? Crazy work. Somebody said, what was it? Somebody said, not the point. What? Not the point who profits if blacks are divided, but whites are just, even if Hispanics, Arabs. I don't even know what that even means for that part. What was it? Yo, Faith, what is up? You said, and this is why using the term foundational Black American is important because it separates us and our lineage from outsiders trying to lay claim. T Benz, what is up? You said, but her race is American. That chick will admit to being a bird before Black. It'd be like that. Somebody said identity crisis. Facts. 100% facts. But anyways, like I said, this video is a little bit low. He was going to go, let me see.
A lot of times their content gets the most views and virality, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, pretty much he wasn't saying that much after that. But like I said, it is what it is. Somebody said, stop FBA hasn't did nothing for us in America. What are you specifically talking about? I'm a little bit confused. Like, people do realize that this, in a sense, is a self-identifier. This is something that, Black Americans are like, hey, this is what I want to be called, right? This is what I want to, the name of which I want to align myself with. Because people got to understand, when they dealt with the whole terminology African American, and again, before Jesse Jackson, this was a term that was already used. I think it was somewhere in like the 17th or the 18th century, from, the live stream I did 3 months ago when we talked about this. But after that, Jesse Jackson was the main one who brought it in the mainstream. Jesse Jackson himself has stated that he is Native American. So color me surprised on that. You got somebody who claims to be Native American telling Black Americans that they need to claim and allow themselves to be called African American. How does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. Right? But again, that's what Jesse Jackson did. I think should have been like the late 80s. And then it went through like this whole thing of like the 90s, and it wasn't up until the 2000s when African American was really out there and it was really being used, and all these other types of things. So now, from the 2000s on upwards, you had, people like, hey, I don't really like the term, a lot of things are happening, waters are getting muddied and all these things. And then people are like, all right, well, we got ADOS, we got Solon, we got FBA, we got indigenous, aboriginal, original, like I said, a variety of different things that people want to go by. And for me, I don't have no problem, because for the longest time possible, Black Americans have had to deal with the brandings or the names that others wanted to place specifically on us, right? So now, because people have unearthed or researched or found out other types of information, people are like, this is what I'm going to self-identify as. This is basically what fits me, from my point of view, the information or whatever it is that was, just discovered, and all this other type of stuff. And then the craziest part is that you have so many people out here that want to have a problem with what it is that Black Americans want to call themselves. And I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, how does that even work? You got people flip-flopping in between names. You got Hispanic folks that consider themselves white. But do you hear people online sitting up there really arguing them down, talking about you're not white and that? No, a lot of people don't even care. A lot of people just move around it. They just ignore it. But when Black Americans are like, hey, we're no longer going to be called, African American for a variety of reasons. And I'll put it to you like this, right? Just because, if anybody is confused, Elon Musk is an African, a South African to be exact, right? European descendant, but he is, for all intents and purposes, he is a South African. When Elon Musk comes directly over to America, technically he could call himself an African American because he is from Africa. Like I said, people don't understand how the waters can get muddied with a lot of these terminologies. And I've gone over this a multitude of times. Just like the white South Africans that came over here, because they were over there on the continent, they can also too call themselves African American. Who's going to tell them different? You can't sit up there and say that they're liars, because they're not. They're more of the continent than Black Americans. So, like I said, people are going to figure it out. People are going to have to figure it out. People have to figure it out. So now, let's continue.
That's why I ain't gonna lie. Like, I hate when people be like, "Oh, you're lucky," and stuff like that. Oh, I hate when I hate when people gripe and be like, "Oh," like, especially like, I feel like Americans, because I mean, we in America, so Americans who have lines and lines and lines and lines of family here, and they complaining, I'd be like, bro, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
Right, bro. I ain't never met my.
Y'all sat there and kept up. Each generation, y'all just keep up.
Yeah.
And don't figure out, okay, maybe I'm up. Look, what's the right way to do it?
Exactly.
And then want to point the finger at the white man, be like, oh, the white man did it. No, that.
You already Black American?
Be like, oh.
So let me just let y'all understand. You got all of these immigrants, people who ain't never even really been here. They ain't never done nothing. You got 4 to 5 of them sitting directly on a chair doing this podcast They could talk about anything else dealing with their history or dealing with their people. They decide to open their mouth and start talking about Black Americans. And people wonder why it is that we got the energy that we got right now. Why it is that we're getting energy and we're returning it back to sender on 9,000. This is exactly why. Because why on God's green earth would you decide, instead of trying to talk about fixing your country, instead of talking about trying to build there, to send back money, instead of trying to talk about the positive of your community and your people and your history, you know, trying to educate you, why on God's green earth would you decide that you want to have a podcast talking about Black Americans, something that you're not and something that you could never be? It makes no type of sense. And then these are the same people that sit up there and state that, oh, Black Americans, y'all got the main character syndrome. No, y'all make us the main character. I've never decided to be like, all right, what I'm going to do is, as a content creator, I'm going to sit up there and make a podcast, and I'm just going to sit up there and start talking about all these other groups of people. Realistically, I can care less. I can care less about any other group of people up until you let me know that you want me to know who it is that you are and you want it to be known. Up until you decide to show your face and you want to start talking sideways and disrespectful about us to us. Like I said, all of these are supposed to be hey, let me see if I can rewind this before they start talking. Let me see this real quick. Right there. So all of these are supposed to be young Haitian men. I don't see nothing that is telling me that they're Haitian. Even within eye view, and again, this is coming from a person that wears glasses. I'm looking clothing wise and everything else that reads to me Black American male aesthetic. Even the way in which that they were speaking on that podcast, it didn't sound Haitian. I didn't hear them speaking like patois or whatever it is. I didn't hear none of that. They weren't even speaking French. Parlez-vous? Merci beaucoup. Hey, mon ami. Like, you know, it wasn't up there sounding like Pepe Le Pew. It wasn't doing none of that. But like I said, these are the exact same folks that sit up there and say that Black Americans don't have no culture. If that's the case, then why y'all not dressed in like Haitian and like natural, like Haitian gear? Like, I don't even know what that is. Right? I don't even know naturally what Haitian men would even. I know what African men like Nigerians and whatnot would sit up there and wear. I've seen their wardrobe. They probably sit up there and wear that. Right? But when it deals with these Haitians, I don't even know what y'all wardrobe, what y'all cultural gear actually looks like, because y'all take whatever it is that we wear and y'all put it on. Everything from like gold chains to like earrings to like the varying like hairstyles of clothes, all of this, even down to the vernacular, the slang. Like I said, I don't see nothing of Haitian in this whole thing. Even the apartment, like I'm not seeing like no type of Haitian paintings or anything like that that'll let me know, like, okay, maybe these are like Haitian descendants. I don't see nothing. I see everything that is the aesthetics of Black Americans. More so specifically Black American men. Let's keep going.
I hate when people gripe and be like, oh, like, especially like, I feel like Americans, because I mean, we in America. So Americans who have lines and lines and lines and lines of family here and they complaining, I'd be like, bro, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
Right, bro. I ain't never met my.
Y'all sat there and kept fucking up. Each generation, y'all just keep fucking up.
Yeah.
And don't figure out, okay, maybe I'm fucking up. Look, what's the right way to do it? Exactly. And then want to point the finger at the white man, like, oh, the white man did it. No, fuck that.
So he wanted to go back and sit up there and say that Black Americans are pointing a finger at the white man and that each generation we kept messing up. You do realize because of each generation that's been here, y'all are able to be here. You do realize that, right? Why are you running your mouth? Why are you saying this and why are you saying that? You didn't come here on your own volition. You came here because we made it comfortable for y'all to be able to come here. That's how that works. Like I said, this is how fake a lot of these folks are. They want to get online and they want to start really running their mouths about stuff that they don't know. I promise you that these kids right here, they don't know nothing about Black American history. They don't know a lick of nothing. They don't know the stereotypical, oh, we know something about, Malcolm X, maybe, 0.5% about the Black Panther Party. They'll know about MLK. They'll know some Rosa Parks. They'll know about the basics, the same thing that's been regurgitated for decades, in schools. The safe Black history. They don't know nothing else though. They couldn't name you any slave revolts. They couldn't name you any of the Black towns and cities that were burned down due to the fact that they were Black towns and cities. And also due to the fact of jealousy and envy that was taking place in America, they couldn't tell you nothing about that. They couldn't tell you about none of the experiments or anything of that sort. They couldn't tell you about Henrietta Lacks. They more than likely can't tell you about any of our black inventors. Like I said, these are the same ignorant folks that get online and talk about us, but then claim that we don't know nothing, that we don't have a culture, we don't have a history, and that they know more about us than we know about us. It's crazy. Automatically, other folks become historians when it deals with black Americans. They know everything about us. Crazy work, but yet they say that we don't got nothing. We don't got no history. Okay.
You dirty black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? I did. A dirty black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all are.
My flag. I don't like.
So let's roll that back. This is the classic. I love this clip. Like I said, gotta clap it up for these Haitians, these other folks directly up out here, because it's crazy how y'all want to address us and y'all want to say all of this wild stuff, but yet continuously I can just go through. If I really wanted to, I can make an hour-long video of nothing but these folks being disrespectful towards black Americans. Because that's what y'all do. Y'all revisionists, y'all want to rewrite history, y'all want to be disrespectful, y'all want to throw jabs, y'all want to throw shots. And then when people catch you, you want to put your hands in the air as if you weren't the one sitting up there throwing boulders. And then you want to turn around and sit up there and play victim and say that, oh, black Americans, you just hate us because us Haitians, we're doing better than you. We're coming up quicker than you. We're making more money. We got more established. We got more of a culture. We know who it is that we are. We got more of a history. We got more to celebrate. We got our own languages and religions. And like I said, it's crazy work. But as I keep telling a lot of people, if you really feel that you are that great, why could you never be that great back home? All of this bravado, all of this ego, all of this pride that you got here in the United States when you're away from home, when you're not on that soil, when you're not dealing with those civil wars, when you're not dealing with the 300 gangs and the over 250K armaments that's over there, when you're not dealing with the famine, the poor waste management setup, the lack of hospitals, doctors, and nurses, the lack of school systems because the illiteracy rate is top notch. It is on 9,000. It's crazy that you can sit up there and talk all of this while being in the United States, but you can't stand 10 toes down back in Haiti and bump and run your gums. Like, that's crazy. In order for you to show the world how great you are, and in order for you to be great, you had to run. You had to leave. You had to flee. You had to be track stars. You had to be the Haitian Michael Phelps to come to the United States in order to show people and to tell people how great you are. But you can never do this back home. And then your people get online and y'all want to sit up there and call us dirty black Americans. Last time I checked, when I grew up, I wasn't eating mud cookies. Like I said, I just found out that was even a thing in Haiti. That's crazy. Mud cookies. That's wild. That's beyond poverty. As they called it, multi-dimensional poverty. Right? That's some MCU Doctor Strange type of poverty. Like, they went through every single realm in reality to sit up there and see who was the poorest, and then they came upon Haitians doing mud cookies. Huh? But you want to sit up there and talk about black Americans, and y'all want to sit up there and be disrespectful. That's wild. Let's keep going.
Because that's what y'all are.
My flag. I don't like this. Like, why are you telling me I have to do this because I'm black when it's been already pointed out that I'm Haitian? Why do I now have to submit to this idea of being black? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you don't get. A lot of
black Americans came here on a slave boat for slavery in America. You know, when you black Americans back on that slave boat to Africa and go look for which country in Africa you came from.
Growing up, being raised to be very proud of being Haitian American, there was also for me as
I don't like this. Like,
let me just pull back. Right, you got West Indians and Africans will tell you that they aren't black. Then they'll gaslight you after you agree with a sentiment they've been saying for decades. She said that she identified as nothing that we say. This is the whole thing. Me no black, me no black, me no black. Right? That's what she's sitting up there doing while she's taking on the aesthetics of a black American woman. Me no black. This is why I sit up there and try to tell, you know, a lot of folks out here, it is very dangerous to decide that you want to pair up with other folks who look like you. Just because they look like you don't mean that they are you, doesn't mean that they are for you, and it doesn't mean that they actually want to help you. But let's keep going.
Why are you telling me I have to do this because I'm black when it's been already pointed out that I'm Haitian? Why do I now have to submit to this idea of being black? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you don't get. A lot of
Black Americans came here on a slave boat for slavery in America. You know, when you black them back on that slave.
A lot of Haitians came to the United States on a raft made in a cave with a bunch of scraps. A lot of Haitians swam from where they were to come to the United States. A lot of Haitians came here illegally. Do you know how Black Americans, meaning myself, got here? I was born here, raised here. I grew up up until I became a Black American man. That's how I got here. We've been here for generation on generation on generation on generation on generation on generation. Y'all just got here. Runners, fleers, and track stars. Great swimmers, I'll tell you that. Great, great, great swimmers. Y'all beating out those sharks, I'll tell you that. But let's keep going.
Boat to Africa and go look for which country in Africa you came from?
Growing up, being raised to be very proud of being Haitian American, there was also for me, as there were for many other Caribbean people or just any other, I would say, immigrant individuals from immigrant populations, this again, what I talked about, the racial distancing, don't be like the Black Americans. That was very, that was very common that you would hear that. And it's not surprising for me to hear other people talk about when they were growing up, this idea.
I tell people there's a difference between being Black and Haitian. Being Haitian is double Black to me.
Double Black?
Yes.
What
it's
do you
more
mean?
than Black to me.
Okay, what is that?
Because let's just say Black American, to me, not that they aren't Black enough, but they don't know their culture so much that they are in a whole pile by themselves.
Oh, that's not true, man. Like
to me,
okay,
culture-wise, meaning like.
So let's go back to this again. This Haitian woman is sitting up there saying that Black America, we don't know nothing about ourselves at all. They know more. And she's educating us on what it is that we don't know by way of using how it is that she knows herself more than Black Americans know themselves. And so I'm supposed to take this as it's not a form of disrespect. Black Americans ain't supposed to feel a certain type of way about this. I'm a little bit confused. Like I said before, I've never gotten online and decided that, I'm going to start making videos about Haitians and just automatically being disrespectful. Anything that I do at this moment in time, it is a return to sender. If I see Haitians or any other group of people being disrespectful to my people, I'm going to use the voice that I have, as long as I have it, to sit up there and defend my people. Like I said, that's ridiculous. You really think that Haitians, like if I came out here 1,000% disrespectful, you really think that Haitians or any other group would really sit up there and stand for it? No, they wouldn't. They would come for me tenfold. But like I said before, it's very difficult to do that when I'm giving, validation to what it is that I'm talking about. But again, she's sitting up there saying that she's double Black. I've never heard of Haitians really call or consider themselves Black. Like I said, I've worked with Haitian men of varying ages, and they've all stated that they are Haitian men first. They didn't say that they were Black first. They said that they are Haitian men, and then everything else is later. So, but like I said, let's keep going.
Suma don't Black American, I'm not talking about African American. Suma don't Black American. Where you from? Jim Kibol Abduli from.
But what do you mean Black American, African American?
Black American people that were born Tennessee, Black American that were born in the United States, their parents.
So she's sitting up here saying, right? So let me show you how she's playing this game, right? At the top, she's the apex predator. She's like, I know who it is that I am. I don't got to figure out nothing. I know my generations. I know where my people came from. I can point on the map and basically show you X, Y, and Z. She said there's a difference. She said you got Black American, and then you got African American. She was like, I'm not talking about African American, right? Because what? The Pan-Africans and everything of the sort who quote unquote say that they're African American, that's them basically saying that, okay, we know where we come from. We just strictly come from Africa. That's it. Right. So then when she looks at Black Americans, she's like, oh, Black Americans don't really know where it is that they come from, because when you ask Black Americans where they come from, they'll sit up there and say that they came from one of the states. Yeah, they came from the United States, born and raised. They got generations here. Like I said, it's crazy how a lot of these folks, they pull up online, and when it deals with their groups of people, their melanated people being in a certain region or area, they be like, yeah, it's true. It's 100%. This is where we were always are, right? But when it deals with Black Americans, everybody's like, no. Y'all didn't come from America. But I'm like, last time I checked, if people historically want to look at things, you've had melanated people all over this planet. So wouldn't that then also mean that you would have melanated people, Black Americans, here in the United States? They're like, nah. No, that's impossible. No. Y'all came from Africa. And no, one of her representatives sat up there and told Tariq Nasheed that there are 20 million Haitian immigrants in the United States, which is impossible. Last time I checked from a previous live stream that I did about the Haitian population in Haiti, they have about 12 million Haitians. So again, somebody would have to explain, how is it logistically possible for 20 million Haitians to be in the United States? You got more Haitians in the United States than in Haiti. That doesn't make any type of sense. That would then mean to me that your country is really trash. And people don't even realize it. Like I said, that's 1,000% crazy work. You got Haitians out here that can't even correctly do the math. Like I said, I did a simple Google search live during a live stream to find out the proper information, and that woman was completely 1,000% wrong on the amount of Haitians that she said was here. They got barely 2 million Haitians here. Barely 2 million Haitians here. You got 40-something odd million Black Americans here. You going to sit up there and try to say you got a half of the Black American population? Please. Impossible. Since when? Like I said, these folks just get online and they just become revisionists. They start becoming these imaginary historians, and they just come up with these magical facts that just anybody is supposed to believe, because just take it from them. They're Haitian. They know everything. They freed Black Americans. Haitians are the only reason that Black Americans are even free to this day. What? Like I said, dog, like this is why you can't ignore a lot of this nonsense. This is why you cannot ignore a lot of this nonsense up out here, because it makes no type of sense. No type of sense. Like I said, diabolical work. And this is the other thing I want to sit up there and state, because you got folks out there that want to bring up the whole thing of like, we're all stronger together. I want people to understand this, right? Black Americans are the main ones here that have always tried to come together with everybody else. So I want people directly out there, I don't even care if you're in the comment section that's talking about this togetherness, you need to start going to those other groups of people and to tell them to get rid of that historical anti-Black racism that they naturally had. Right? Go directly to all of those groups and tell them to get rid of that hatred when it deals with their darker melanated folks that they like to hide, sweep under the rug, that they want to talk down directly on. Don't come to Black Americans and try to tell us that, oh, we need to, get past this and work together. We've been trying to get past a lot of stuff with a lot of folks, and to no avail. We still end up in a situation where we get the short end of the stick. Nah, miss me with that. 1,000% miss me with that. Like I said, if you want people to sit up there and work together, go to all of these other groups that I've been talking about over the years and showcasing their messages when they've been showing these anti-Black sentiments on all of their videos. Go talk to them first, but you're not going to do that. Go have that rah with them. You're not going to do that. Go call them to the front of the class. You're not going to do that. Go educate them on some history. You're not going to do that. So like I said, stop coming to Black Americans with all of this nonsense talking about we all need to be allies and we need to work together. Nah, we've been trying to do that. We done tried to work with every other group, and every other group left us behind. As soon as they made it as soon as they got a little bit of an edge up, they were like, I'm not working with y'all no more. We don't got no time for that. So now, Black Americans, we're on our own time. That is what we do. That's what we do. That's it. Like I said, I did a fusion in between. I think, who was that supposed to be like? T'Challa with like Blade. And I think a few other characters. Like I said, it was a mixture of something. Wakanda forever. You know. We don't got no time for this. We don't got no time for none of this nonsense. On up out of here. So let's continue. Oh, matter of fact, let me continue on to the other stuff, right? Because we already did this video here. So right, let me show y'all that video where you got all of these Haitians. They actually had their own song for Donald Trump. I'm not sure if anybody knew about this, right? The own song. Let's look at this real quick. Look at the Haitians getting down for Trump. I don't even know what he's saying, but they jamming. Hey. I can't get jiggy with this. This is so offbeat off. I can't even find a beat to this to rock to like, yeah. So this is, I gotta pause it right here, right? This song is terrible. I am so sorry for you guys' ears. My apologies. It was a good idea at first, but now when I listen to it with you guys on live stream, I'm like, yeah, maybe I should have muted this. Probably should have muted it, but hey, it'd be like that. But the one thing I want y'all to understand is this, right? We saw a sea of Haitians. We didn't see a white. We didn't see an Asian. We didn't see a Latin. We didn't see an Arab. We didn't see a Mexican. We didn't see nobody else in sight. It was all Haitians for Trump. Notice how those Haitians they not out there flag banging. Where all those Haitian flags at though? I thought Haitians were proud to be Haitian, and wherever it is that y'all go, y'all gonna be waving that flag. What happened? What happened? What happened to that flag banging and waving that y'all like sitting up there doing so much when y'all make it? When y'all getting y'all way? When y'all finally coming up, getting to where it is that y'all supposed to be? Huh? I ain't see not a Haitian flag in sight. It's almost as if y'all knew better. So that means to me that the only time that y'all want to flag bang and wave is when they deal with Black Americans. And when y'all trying to gloat and basically say that y'all in here, y'all doing this and y'all doing better than Black Americans. That's some crazy work. Like I said, you ain't flag banging, you ain't banging that other Haitian flag for Trump though. That's wild though. I ain't seen not a Haitian flag in sight. I ain't seen not a color. But I'm listening to horrible, terrible music that I can't even catch a beat to, and I can normally catch a beat. This right here, I can't get jiggy with this. It's wild work though, but let's keep going.
Donald Trump is the best, toughest president that I have ever experienced in my lifetime. And that's why I stand with Donald Trump. I'm a big supporter. I'm a big MAGA. The problem that I see is the world is too soft. And that's why a lot of people do not like Donald Trump.
Look at that. We got Big Haitian out here. Big Haiti. He out here stumping and repping for Trump, saying that that's the baddest white man he's ever seen. He's the greatest white man to ever do it. That's what this big Haitian is sitting up there saying, repping Trump. Where the Haitians at? Where all of these Pan-Africans at? Where all of these people that's been disagreeing with me making these videos, and talking about this stuff, I need y'all to step up real quick. Ain't these y'all people? All of the people defending these Haitians, ain't these y'all people? I guess y'all must be Trump supporters too. Huh? Like I said, that's a Haitian man that sat up there and voted against his own people. I don't see a black American in sight, but I see a Haitian. But like I said before, do you think any of these Haitians, these Pan-Africans and many others that got all of this mouth, do you think that they're going to make a ton of videos about this Haitian man stumping and being down for Trump, being doing all of that? Nah, they ain't going to do that. They're going to overlook it. They're going to ignore it. They're going to sweep it under the rug because, like I told y'all before, the greatest story to basically tell in this life at this moment in time is a story about Black Americans doing something negative, right? Or doing something they never did. So, like I said, you got these Haitians pulling up online, bringing up or making up stories about Black Americans doing something negative to them, something negative happening, or just flat out making up stories, weaving tall tales, longer than Rapunzel's weave. Just got it strictly out there. Everybody's clowning that, right? Well, let's keep going.
But not me. I love him because he got the balls, he got the heart to say the things that most people are afraid to say. Like you seen the guy in the Oval Office, speaking his heart out, fighting for this country. Meanwhile, a lot of people who he is fighting for are against him. There's nothing more satisfying to me than watching a man expressing his feelings despite how others feels about it, because that's the way the world should be. We all should be able to express our thoughts, our truth, without being afraid of what other people think about it. Donald Trump can get in the Oval Office, and curse every there and now. What's wrong with cursing? Why can't he say fuck, shit? What's wrong with that? We watch TVs all the time. We watch movies all the time. The youth are exposed to these words already. So what's wrong with it? With that being said, if anybody have a problem with how I speak my truth, then you just soft. Get up out of here, soft guy. You probably get ran by your wife. You probably don't even have control over your household, but you think you can have an opinion over how I express myself, how I feel, how I speak my truth. At the end of the day, wrong is wrong, right is right. There is no in between. People need to stop picking and choosing when it's beneficial to them. People have to face the reality of what it actually is. So you telling me that the youth out here, even myself out here, can be exposed to ungodly things like homosexual through movies, through the news, through social media. I can get harassed, I can be bullied, and I can't speak my truth. If you have a problem with how I speak my truth, then that means you have a problem with yourself, because I'm pretty sure that there are worse things that you done seen, you done heard, but you shut the fuck up.
Wasn't there a song that they used to do? It was like, Mr. Ugly Man, Shaba. Wasn't that? Didn't they do that on In Living Color? I could have sworn. I could have sworn that was. I could have sworn that was the thing. I very much remember that. Petrus Farm remembers, but I swear to you, I remember that. With one of the Wayans doing that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Just saying. Just saying. So let me just roll back up here real quick, right? What's the guy's name? I'm trying to find it real quick. Oh, we got Third in the building. What is up? So Richard, right? Richard's song, right? Well, Richard's on, or whatnot. So What agenda are you talking about? Are you talking about me as the person that is currently talking on the live stream, or are you referring to the people that I'm showcasing, right? Because you're talking about that you're about, spreading love, the message of unity, UNITY, right? Doing all of that, right? Um, but the one thing that I've noticed is that through what it is that you're stating, I don't see nothing about preaching to people to respect Black Americans. I could be wrong. But I'm at least going by the comments that I was able to see. So I'm just trying to figure out something. Just trying to figure out. I'm waiting for the guy to pull back up. Tip was like, you didn't have to do him like that. I did. I didn't do nothing. I was just bringing up a song that just came to me automatically. It's crazy. Your brain just goes off. What do they call it? Like ADHD or something like that. I don't know. Like I said, whatever it was in high definition. That just Shaba. It was there. It be like that. 100% be like that. But I'll let the other guy, take his time to give a reply back. Because I'm just trying to sit up there and figure out who is he talking about got an agenda. Because like I said, I get highly baffled and confused because I could have sworn I just did a live stream yesterday where I was specifically talking about Black males in the United States and the crimes and everything that was taking place. Went over, like a few stories because, folks was sitting up there saying that, I don't be throwing no accountability that way. So I'm just trying to figure out what agenda, people trying to get directly at. But let's continue.
Good old boy, and I speak against it. But when it comes to someone like me, you think you have the energy for me. Keep the same energy all around 360. Don't pick and choose when to give it out. That's my message for today. And I see the same thing in the political realm and also in the church. People pick and choose what best suits them, and they dismiss the rest. It's about time for us to not allow that to happen. We cannot accept this in today's society. The world done went so far off that it's so hard to come back to a normal society. Things that was never a normal thing became normalized over the time because we accept them bit by bit, day.
Whoa. This dude, he's taking some liberties talking about normal societies. First of all, I got a video of a Haitian man over in Haiti, right? Sitting up there barbecuing and taking pieces of that barbecue, not once, but twice. Sitting up there, dapping up other people that's filming him, and he's just walking around just eating. You would have thought it was a grizzly that caught some salmon, from a fresh stream. I was like, I've never seen this before. I thought this was only some stuff on National Geographic from like some tribes out there in the Amazon. Nope, you got that down there in Haiti. I'm like, wow, and no, it was not AI. But do you think that he wants to address the things that Haitian folks are doing down there in Haiti? Nah, he ain't going to sit up there and address that. And like I said, we still don't know who that, we don't know the name of that barbecue. We know the restaurant, which was Haiti. We just don't know the name of the barbecue. Right? Right. He grabbed a nice chunk of that calf muscle of that barbecue, was chewing it up as if it was flavored, sauteed, properly seasoned. Like I said, that's some crazy work though, right? You want to talk about stuff, being normalized and, going back to a normal society. You should talk about a lot of the stats dealing with Haiti. You shouldn't be, as a Haitian, you shouldn't be talking about the United States. The United States has been in the United States for a very long time. in some type of form of proper working order. Haiti, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, waste management, all it takes is a good storm, man. You got sewage, you got cholera, you got all types of things basically flowing directly through the streets, right? You don't even got proper medical supplies. You got a high prevalence of HIV and other STDs directly down there. You got a high prevalence of poverty down there, high prevalence of gangs running the streets and the roads to the point where hospitals cannot get the adequate equipment, right? Or the specific items that they need in order to help out the local people. Matter of fact, it is so bad, in fact, that doctors and nurses who are there that are supposed to help the Haitians, they have fled and left to other places. But like I said before, a lot of these Haitians, they don't want to talk about, any of that stuff. They don't want to bring any of that stuff up. It's crazy work.
By day, and now we are in a fucking hole.
I got the Zo man here. Zo, where you from, Zo?
954.
954.
Broward County.
Broward County.
One time for Tallahassee.
Boogie Sa.
Boogie Sa.
Hey,
I'm finna be the next president of Haiti. I'm finna be the next president of Haiti. I'm finna change Haiti. Next president of Haiti. What can enjoy it?
So I'm just trying to figure out, why this Haitian Trump supporter is enjoying like his nice, meal or soup or whatever it is. How are you going to be the next president of Haiti if you're in the United States? Do they have like a different voting system for that? Does it work in other countries? They can vote a Haitian that's in another country to come and be the president of said country. Like, I'm a little bit confused. I thought you at least had to be there and amongst the people. You couldn't be a runner and a fleer and then just decide that I'm going to be the president of Haiti. That's wild to me. That sounds very disrespectful. I'm pretty sure that there are some other eligible people that are of the people that have done a lot of hard work, that are boots on the ground, that would make better sense to be the president, right? But like I say, you're an immigrant, you're a Trump supporter, you're Haitian, and you're talking about you're going to be the president of Haiti, while also flag banging at the same time. You got it. While being in the safety of the United States as well, too. Because I want to know, the way that he's moving right now, he wouldn't be able to move like that in Haiti.
Okay. Hold on. What? You want voodoo? You want voodoo on that shit? You want voodoo on that shit? You want voodoo on that shit?
No, say one time, say Stanley Earl.
Stanley motherfucking Earl.
As an American of Haitian descent who has grown up knowing of Donald Trump.
No, let me just correct that for him. As a Haitian American, we're not about to pull the whole thing if you're going to try to say that you're American first. No. Bloodline, lineage, you are a Haitian that is in America. You are a Haitian American. Let's continue.
For at least 40 years, who has heard every insult he's said about the Haitian community, who's watched as he removed temporary protective status from 500,000 Haitians and Syrians, and who's voted for him 3 times in a row. I come to you humbly to say that I would still vote for him again. I will bear the burden. I will bear the cross of having to deal with the fear that my compatriots, if not my countrymen, are probably going to be sent home into a dangerous area.
So I want people to understand this. So to any Pan-Africans, to anybody that was like, hey, I don't even know what Seji's, prerogative or, what his motives specifically are. Now you're able to fully understand what this video is about. If you can't already, if you can't understand this, then there is no saving you. There is no God. There's no deity. There's no Lord and Savior out here. to correct whatever mental path that you're on if you cannot fully understand what this man just said. He said, as a Haitian American, he voted for Donald Trump knowing full well that he was sending other Haitians who are not naturalized or went through the proper channels in order to become citizens. He sent them directly back into a dangerous situation of which they may not be able to fight or come back directly from. They may actually perish. And he said that he's proud that he did it. So again, for any of those that are, those Pan-Africans or anybody who got issues with me doing these videos, y'all better have smoke for this man right here who stated that he voted specifically to send his own people back into a dangerous situation that they can't fight back, and they're more than likely not going to survive. He's sending back women, men, he's sending back babies into gang-infested areas, into multi-dimensional poverty-stricken areas, into the like I said before, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell y'all. Like I said, y'all, if y'all got a problem with me, y'all better have a problem with him first. I bet you that. Because like I said, I didn't have nothing to do with none of this, but I will talk about it though. Since people want to bring up Black Americans, and y'all want to try to specifically blame us for it. Like I said, your own people did this to you. It had nothing to do with Black Americans. Let's keep going.
And it bothers me, but everything that's out of my control, I give to God anyway. But I'm just here for the accountability of it. I'm looking at America dead in the eye and saying that I would still vote for Donald Trump because he is the protector of the American experiment. I've had too many conversations with progressives and leftists who have a million different complaints about the United States, that they do not respect Western civilization. They consider it white supremacy, that they're headed down the same path as past communist and socialist experiments that lead into anarchy, chaos, and mass executions. To protect America, I will throw my tear-soaked face on the hardships of the people who are not going to be with us in these United States. That also includes DACA recipients, TPS recipients, and the like. I've always tried to skirt the edge that we do need hardworking immigrants into this country. The South Americans who came over here and they're with their families and they're selling what they can sell. The construction workers, the ones who work hard. I've always said that we need to make a place for them in this American experiment. So it's not something I'm saying that's different. It's just that after all these years, it's time for me to be accountable that the President of the United States does not agree with me when I say that the Haitians belong here, the Syrians belong here, and DACA belongs here. And I have to bear that burden. But if we want to have an America, we have to have a president who wants to protect America. We have to understand that the Enlightenment principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is worth conserving. There are some things in society worth conserving, even if it hurts you to the bone. So with that said, I take my leave of you, and this is not for a pat on the head. I'm not trying to gain white validation. I'm just trying to look you dead in the eye and say I would still vote for Donald Trump. God bless America, and God bless the USA. God bless President Trump.
Well. Like I said, this is why I love honesty, and this is why I love doing the content that I do. Because I get to validate every single thing of which that I bring up and speak on. And it gets to shut a lot of people up real quick. Because like I said, in a lot of instances that I happen to do these live streams, people can really start sparking up and talking like, he don't know what he's talking about and rah. But then it starts to get a little bit, uncomfortable for a lot of people, right? It gets a little bit uneasy. And then you end up on videos just like this. And now all of that stuff that you had to say about me or Black Americans, where you at now? What really do you have to sit up here and say? Nothing. You're silent. You're running and fleeing like the people that you're trying to sit up there and protect. He said that he threw his own people under the bus. He was like, hey, I'm secure. I got my paperwork. I don't know about them, but I'm going to sit up there and vote for Trump to sit up there and get my own people on up out of here. That's what he sat up there and said. And then at the same time, being the toothpaste liar that he is, he was like, yo, I believe in DACA. I believe in TPS. And I believe that we should have all of these immigrants in here basically working and da. How? You voted against all of that. You talking a very good talk as if you really support your own, but you really just sold them directly out. You shipped them directly out. You putting them back into a situation of which that they're fearful of, that they're not going to be able to survive. Like, people don't even really understand what's happening to like some of the women on the over there in Haiti. Like, it's bad. And this man right here single-handedly sent a lot of those women back. Even possibly, potentially, some of their daughters into the hands of a lot of those gangs, into a lot of those criminal activities and situations. And he was like, hey, I had to do it for a better America. But do you think for 1 second, any of the folks that have a problem with me speaking, defending Black Americans, bringing up all of these videos, do you think that they're going to pull up to the scene and actually have anything to say about this? Nope, they're going to stay dead silent. They're going to act like they never saw it. Matter of fact, right? Speaking of which, if any of y'all was here for the last live stream that I did yesterday, right, where I was specifically talking about Black men, the main person that I highlighted his comment, he came back underneath another video that I listed. So I'm like, hold on. Let me get this straight. So you didn't get the notification for that live stream, right? Nor did I see a comment from under that live stream where it was basically about him. That was a live stream directly for him. He can have fun and he can sit up there and write whatever it is that he wanted to sit up there and write. He decided that he wanted to come back under the video that I posted yesterday that had nothing to do with him. And then he wanted to question and say that, oh, why are you so focused on all of these other people instead of just ignoring them? Why are you ignoring the live stream that I literally did where your comment was highlighted? Like, this is what I be sitting up there saying, like, when I actually give people energy and I give them the time of day where they can just sit up there and write and respond how it is that they want to respond, magically these folks never happen to see those videos. Magically, there's always some instance of like, I didn't see this, I didn't see that, I got a life, I got a job, I got a family, I got this, I got that. But obviously you might not, because you be writing on here periodically. You be having a lot of time, but just magically when I happen to give time, you magically don't show up at that point. That's some crazy work. That is. D Love said, you got to be kidding me. Said he returned. Yeah, he's under what video was that from yesterday? Because I ended up actually seeing the comment and notifications. Trying to which one was it? Yeah, it was for the video yesterday where it was titled he went from being proudly Haitian to America proudly deporting him. Yeah, underneath that video. He ended up leaving a comment. Also, I want to give a shout out to the close to 7,000 people that pulled up to that video as well too, and also the 487 comments that pulled up to that video as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But yeah, he pulled right back up. Crazy work, 100% crazy work. But like I said before, it's great. Yeah, I'm sitting up there looking at the comment. Who said what is it, Brian McBite? That's crazy. And now that y'all sit up there and say that, he do look like Brian McKnight. That's crazy. Yo. Now I can hear the song, One, You're Like a Dream Come True. It's crazy. Yo. And we start up back at one. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. Y'all bold. That's some diabolical work. So now we're going to continue as I sip my coffee. And we're going to look at another video.
Back, like listening to and watching the responses to the TPS getting canceled by the Supreme Court. And the one thing I want to say, because I keep saying send them back, have a safe flight, blah, blah, blah. 300,000 Haitians are here on TPS. Y'all do know there are like 1.5 million Haitians, something like that, in the U.S., and like 14 million undocumented immigrants in the United States in total, from all backgrounds. Not to mention, a huge reason that Haiti is in the current state that it's in is because America, the United States government, has stolen and occupied Haiti and assassinated the president, like did all types of stuff to that country, like stole their entire gold reserve. When my great grandmother, whom I knew, so y'all can say, oh, it was so long ago. My great grandmother, who I knew, she was like a teenager when they did that, which is the equivalent of like you breaking into my house, stealing my television, and then when I go to your house to try to watch yours, you're like, you can't be here, huh? But fine, whatever. But for those who have the biggest voices, right? Fine, I don't have no problem. I wouldn't mind us all going back.
That's a lie.
Can your country give back what it stole, though? I'll go back if you repair me for everything that you robbed my country of.
So let me get this straight. So this Haitian woman, who was more than likely in the United States, is telling us as Black Americans that we need to give her back, as representatives of America, we need to give her back the gold, quote unquote, that America stole. Didn't Haitians sit up there and say that they freed themselves from France and they fought for their freedom? Why ain't y'all fighting for that gold? What happened? So you fought one battle, and then France is like, you know what? Y'all got us on the front end, but we're going to sit up there and get y'all on the back end. So as soon as we lick our wounds and we get back on these ships and we get back to France, we're going to send you a bill for the war that we started and caused and lost, and you're going to have to pay us back. That's crazy, Haiti. Y'all remember that? I'm trying to figure out if the Haitians remember that happening, because I remember that happening, because I specifically remember learning about that in history class. That's some wild work. The French made you pay for a war that they started and lost. Y'all the winners, but you got to pay the losers. Wow. That's like being the fastest man alive, and you got to give all 20 of your medals to the person that came in last place. So now I'm supposed to, as a representative of the United States, I'm supposed to give you something. I'm supposed to repair you and make you whole. That's wild. And you saying that you wouldn't mind going back home if that gold and stuff was still there? Sure. That's 1,000% lie. You would still be here. You would still be here. And didn't I just show y'all a video earlier where the younger Haitians were on here? They were sitting up there talking specifically about Black Americans, but like, yo, y'all need to sit up there and stop blaming the white man. And ain't she blaming the white man? Ain't that what she doing? She's sitting up there saying that white America is the causation of the destabilization, right, and the collapse of Haiti. Is she not blaming somebody else for what took place in Haiti? And these are the same people that fought for their freedom. They fought France back. But you mean to tell me that you could fight back France, but you couldn't stop the United States from collapsing and destabilizing your country? And you mean to tell me that the United States did one thing and then your people just lost their minds to the point where y'all didn't even know how to act or think anymore? That's wild. Like I'm just trying to figure, like, where's the revolutionary mindset directly in that? Because y'all keep flag banging out here talking about like 1804 and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, where's all that stuff at? What happened? What happened? That's crazy. And ain't these the same people that sit up there and say that Black Americans need to stop talking about reparations for something that they weren't around to even see happen? So, my dear, if I'm looking at this correctly, you said that your great-great-grandmother was there, which means that you weren't even thought of. You weren't even a part of that. So you didn't even know that gold existed. You weren't even there back in Haiti during that time. Because you say your grandmother saw the gold or whatnot or whatever, but you didn't. You only got these thoughts. You got, oral history that's happening right now. So now I got to sit up there and pull the white conservative. So you want me as an American to give you reparations for something that you necessarily yourself didn't go through. That sounds crazy. Why do I owe you anything? That sounds like a handout to me. That sounds like you're begging to me. It sounds like you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's crazy. That's some wild work. That's crazy. And like I said before, the craziest thing is that over there in Haiti, they got a very specific special metal that NASA uses. And you can only find that in certain places around the world, Haiti being one of them. But yet, for whatever reason, instead of your gangs clicking up and being like, all right, we're going to protect Haiti, we're going to do what needs to be done, y'all still allowing these countries or whoever to come directly over there and take up resources. That's wild. It's like, why don't you have this energy and you try to like have all of your gangs in Haiti link up and formulate some type of army to better Haiti, to support Haiti, instead of further destabilizing and throwing it into a further deficit and turmoil and crime and poverty. I'm sorry, multi-dimensional poverty. Well, let's continue.
I'll go back with no questions. Like, I was born here. Both my parents are citizens, but I have no problem going back if I'm repaired. Give me back all the you stole from my country. I don't see what the problem is. And like I said, I'm not here quote unquote illegally, but repair us, and we'll leave. You, France, all of the other countries who have stolen from Haiti. I mean, the U.S. just stole from Haiti within the, like I told you, my great grandmother who I knew was alive when that happened. That was just the other day. Stole Haiti's entire gold reserve. So, yeah, can y'all just repair us and we'll go home? It's no problem. Repair all of the countries you robbed, and then they won't come here. Like, people won't have to flee their home if you stop graping and pillaging it and taking all of the resources, and then acting like people are just not, as you say to Americans here, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Like, anyways, let me get off here, because I understand too, the internet is not a representation of what's going on in the real world, and the internet has the habit of amplifying ignorant voices. So I'm gonna just go.
But yet you decided to post that video and you wanted to, try to tell us that you're owed money. Why don't y'all have all this small with the United States government? Out of all of y'all been here for like 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 years. So you mean to tell me that y'all, out of all those 40 years, y'all ain't do no protests at the American government, but like, yo, give us back our gold and we'll go home? Y'all never had that protest happen? I've never seen it historically. I've never seen Haitians get up and go to Washington and have this protest talking about, we're only here because you robbed us. Give us our gold and we'll go back. I've never seen Haitians hold up those signs. I've never seen it happen. I've never seen it take place. So I'm a little bit confused, right? On how we even made it here, where you're talking about you're old, whatnot, or whatever. Y'all have 40 plus years to try to mobilize and get something together. Again, just like your paperwork, you opted to say that it's not important. You put it directly on the back burner. And now all of a sudden you're worried about this gold. All of us, the funniest thing is dealing with this TPS situation. This is the only time I've ever heard Haitians talking about gold was stolen from them, like this great gold reserve. All of a sudden. Now, during, let's say, the Biden administration, the Obama administration, George W. Bush senior administration, right? Both of his terms, I never heard Haitians talking about how they were robbed and how their gold was missing. Never heard it. Never heard it. But now all of a sudden, when it's dealing with TPS, you're like, hey, y'all need to give us back our money. And if it did happen, you know what America's going to say? What are you going to do about it? That's what the United States is going to say. They're going to say, what are you going to do about it, and do something about it. Matter of fact, the United States will more than likely also dare you, because they know that you're not going to do nothing. The size of Haiti versus the size of the United States. It's not going to be it will, that bad boy will fall directly into the ocean in several pieces like Atlantis. So like I said, you better just consider this an L if it happened, you better just consider it an L because you're not going to do nothing with the United States. The United States can do something with you, but you're not about to do nothing about the United States. Because, like I said, the United States, you can sit up there and be honest about it. The United States is one of the biggest bullies up out here. And again, you are not about to do nothing with the United States. The United States will sit up there, and especially with this administration, Trump will sit up there and get online and sit up there and tell people I double dog dare you to do something. He ain't gonna do nothing. He ain't gonna do nothing. Because if you want to do something, you would have been did it. So you really ain't gonna do nothing. Like I said, you talking about the internet amplifies ignorant voices. It was ignorant even to bring this up. It's like, what's the use of bringing it up if you ain't gonna do nothing? What's the use of bringing it up? And it's not like you sat up there and voicemailed this directly to the United States. It's not like you voicemailed this and sent this to Trump. You didn't send it to no government officials, but like, yo, you need to give us back. You didn't do none of that. You put this directly on whatever social media website that is on up out of here. That's all you did. Like I said, that's crazy. Like I said, if you want reparations, you're going to be waiting directly in line behind everybody else. Black Americans are first. Native Americans didn't already got land. They didn't already got reservations. They got Manhattan. They didn't got casinos and all this other type of stuff. Black Americans are the next ones in line. Ain't nobody else. I don't care what nobody says. Ain't nobody else next in line but Black Americans. Like I said, technically, realistically, we've been last for a minute because a lot of other groups that already got reparations before Black Americans. Just, if you look at the history, if you look at the numbers, a lot of other people that got reparations before us. But yet everybody complaining, you guys are getting reparations. Those are handouts. You don't deserve that. You weren't a slave and da-da-da-da-da. Even slave, what was it? The slave masters, when they had to, give up their slaves, they got paid reparations twofold. They got paid reparations if those slaves were ever injured, right? By the terms back in those days, I think it was like up to like $300 if they were paid if their slave was like injured for any reason. It could have been like a cut or a bruise or whatever it is. And then they were paid reparations after they had to let those slaves go. So like I said, they got, money hand over foot. But do you think that those freed slaves got any type of money after they were freed? Nah, they ain't getting nothing. But like I said, everybody else can sit up there and get reparations and have generational wealth. And then look at Black Americans and be like, y'all don't deserve anything. You weren't there back in those days. Don't you, as a white man, don't you got a whole estate that's all on up off of slave money, plantation money? Like, that's some crazy work. That's diabolical for you to sit up there and say that. Like I said, take slavery out the mix. And a lot of these white folks out here, a lot of these rich, wealthy families will not be as rich and wealthy as they currently are at this moment in time. But, it'd be like that. It be like that. It be like that. Shout out to Eric Jordan. This man right here. He said Trump standing on business, Haitians hating on FBAs. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is crazy work out here. Let me sit up there and tell y'all something. Like I said, all of this energy that they got, but they don't have nothing for their own people that voted directly for Trump. As a matter of fact, we got some more Trump supporters. So that are Haitian. Let's go directly to the next video.
I would say this: Haitians love Trump. May not be some in America, but a lot of the Haitians in Haiti, they love Trump. You know what I'm saying? They're a big supporter of Trump. I mean, look at how much belt he been putting on these Haitian politicians' ass that have been in corruption. You know what I'm saying? For a while now. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, I'm loving Trump administration. You know what I'm saying? I'm loving every minute of it. You know what I'm saying? We got these bulos that just recently got locked up. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. I got to pause it real quick. Somebody said just stop acting like Aboriginals. I'm a little bit confused. Are you talking about Black Americans, or who specifically are you talking about? For the, what is it? I'll just go by that. Who are you talking about acting as Aborigines? I'm a little bit confused. Because, if you're talking about Black Americans, like I said before, it's crazy. You said, wait, is that the same person? You said as long as they keep the same energy, they will be in the same boat. Da da da. You said we not black. So this is my one main thing that I'm going to sit up there and say. And like I said, I ain't about to sit up there and really try to fight the whole world directly over this because I've been seeing this for a variety of years. I've seen more people get mad at the terminology of black versus the N-word, right? And to me, that's a little bit confusing, knowing the history, knowing the context. That I get more people, more comments over the years about either being called or described as black versus being called the N-word. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. that's a little bit weird. Like I said, I get it. Black Law Dictionary, black is not a thing, it's death, and and all this other type of rah. Right? That's cool, right? But things can have a multitude of meanings, especially if people designate it as such and such meaning. Right? So when it specifically means with Black Americans, we're saying that, hey, we are black in America because for the longest time possible, black people were never called or considered American. We were just slaves. We were just those things. Right. We were just I guess you want to the cargo, whatever it is that you want to sit up there and call it, right? We were never even deemed or seen as human beings. Right. So again, for me, I don't have a problem. Like I said, I can pull out one of my older dictionaries. I think it was like from like 18 something, and go directly over terminologies of different, words, right? Because realistically, if you want to be real, you should, in a sense, use tawny. You could use ruddy, right? Or a variety of other terminologies to explain the complexion of Black Americans in the United States. But people aren't going to sit up there and do that, right? You only have like not even a percent, not even 0.5% of people would even sit up there and call themselves tawny or ruddy or any of the other terminologies that are directly down there. So it's like, I don't know. I guess people will figure it out on what it is that they want to sit up there and do. But like I said, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird how people want to get caught up and get mad at certain things, right? Somebody said Obama reignited the racism that was literally extinct in this country for the Democratic political gain. America's always been racist. This is okay to the who is it, the Jeremy person. Explain to me this is what I want, and this is an honest conversation at the Jeremy person, right? Explain to me at what point in time in the United States, explain to me, right? Okay, so you wanted to say that racism was dormant. Okay, but that means it still existed, so it was never gone, right? So explain to me at what point in time in the United States history was the best part for Black Americans? Take your time. Take your time. Let me know at what point in time was the best and the greatest time for Black Americans to ever exist. And what I mean by that is I'm talking about there was like peace. There was nothing happening. It was harmony in the United States with Black Americans and everybody else. I can tell you the timelines that it was great for white Americans. That's pretty much all of the United States history, right? But again, I'm just trying to figure out what was the best historical time for Black Americans where it was just, in a sense, peace in America. Black Americans were moving to and from. They didn't face or have any type of, racism or face of racism or being treated like a Christmas ornament or having their towns and cities burned down or being pillaged and robbed, right? I'm just trying to figure out because y'all keep bringing up this whole thing, dealing with Obama saying that he was the reason that, racism is back in the front lines. So I'm just trying to figure out what was the best timeline for Black Americans historically, because y'all tend to be the historians, right? His story, your story that you're telling to everybody else. So since you guys are very good at documenting a lot of things, that means that you are able to document the proper and the correct history and able to give me this answer. Like y'all can tell me about all of these things like 9/11, never forget, but you tell us to forget about slavery. Pearl Harbor, never forget, but y'all tell us to forget about slavery. And every other war that y'all just set up there and had. Just trying to figure out. Wait, did Jeremy disappear? It's like this guy is not here. Okay, there you go. Jeremy said racism does exist, but that's because some people are POS. We need to be out here building bridges, not burning them down. The government wants us against each other, right? And you know what, Jeremy? You know, I can agree on certain sentiments, right? You know, people should come together and shouldn't be divided. But we got an issue when I look directly at that burning part, right? I remember just recently you had an Asian man that decided that he wanted to burn a cross. And historically, we know what cross burnings pretty much mean, especially when it deals historically with Black Americans. And I'm like, why would an Asian American want to burn a cross? What message specifically are you trying to send? But then I remembered Asian Americans are the model minority. They want to try to be as close to white as possible and live up to that whiteness so that they can get the full, you know, well-rounded acceptance and the things that come directly with that, along with many other immigrants, you know, up out here. Like I said, they copy directly from the master. And then when you go directly back to white Americans, historically speaking, they are the main ones that have burned down Black towns and cities. We have Lake Lanier, for instance, where you guys wanted to flood a Black town and or city. We have Black graves that were, in a sense, paved over, where you wanted to, you know, make these strip malls and everything of the sort. So now when you have people that want to, you know, now bulldoze those, you know, strip malls or whatever it was, and want to put a brand new building up, they're now digging up the remains of our people. So like I said before, I'm a little bit confused on the whole part of burning bridges, because burning is what white Americans have always been great at. It don't matter if it was bodies, it don't matter if it was towns, it don't matter if it was cities, don't matter if it was families, or let alone Black history. So you want me and many others to supernaturally forego and forget all of that information, act like it never happened, and we're supposed to formulate some type of brand new bond and forge through this brand new history of togetherness. Huh. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Somebody said, you don't think that was just an ignorant person who was responding to the Black boycott on Asian businesses because the actions of one store owner? The problem directly with that is that, historically speaking, Asian Americans, I guess you didn't see the movie Sinners, but we'll get past that. Historically speaking, Asians never really saw eye to eye with Black Americans. So let me just take it away from America. Asians bleach their skin. Asians have anti-Black sentiments, right? They don't like the most melanated of their own groups. Japan has highly melanated Japanese. Chinese has highly melanated Chinese. Koreans have highly melanated Koreans. But when you think about Korea, China, and Japan, you don't think about seeing somebody that's highly melanated or Black. You think about them being porcelain or as white as possible or white like. So it's a little bit, you know, I'm a little bit confused when people want to just write it off as an Asian person just being ignorant. Now, it's not ignorance, it's hatred, and it's also self-hatred. Because if you look in a lot of their countries, they'll basically state that if you are dark or have melanin, you are deemed or seen as dirty and or poor. If you are white like or lighter skin tone, you are seen as rich or wealthy. So it's ridiculous to try to write this all off as just an ignorant person that was a part of the Asian community, as this is just an individual, versus this being a type of sentiment that has historically been directly with Asians amongst their own people, and also here in the United States when it deals with Black Americans. I'm just saying. Still to this day, the Asian population, they made sure to fight for the anti-Asian hate crime bill. The Koreans, the Chinese, and everybody came out and spoke against it. What happened to Black Americans? We became the poster children for that. But mind you, the same people who want to come at Black Americans and say that we were the main ones committing the crimes, it wasn't us. It was actually white Americans number-wise, and that came specifically from Asian sources who have the numbers, who have the information. These same Asians were the same ones that were suffering during the pandemic when you had Trump and many others sitting up there saying that everything was a China virus. And they were pinning everything directly on the Asians. But do you think that the Asians wanted to sit up there and come and go directly at white Americans? No, because they know better. They don't want to bite the hand that feeds them and that allows them directly into this country. Because originally, historically speaking, white Americans never wanted immigrants to be here for the first place, because immigrants were taking jobs from whites. Whites didn't even want the Irish and the Scottish to even be here because they viewed them too as immigrants. They also had a darker complexion earlier on as well too. But in order to bolster their numbers to get what it is that they wanted as white people, they allowed the Scottish and the Irish to be called and branded as white, so that now they can have those groups together to go against the other immigrants. Like, it's crazy to me how people want to sit up there and pull up to the scene and y'all want to try to individualize a lot of these issues and these instances when historically a lot of these groups have aligned themselves with whiteness in order to go at or against Black Americans in order to better their position. This is why history is important. This is exactly why history is important. This is also the main reason why they want to stop a lot of knowledge and history being taught directly in a lot of these schools. Because the real thing is that if you have a lot of these younger white kids who are, they can be very much, they're highly impressionable, right? They're blank slates. If you educate a lot of these white young kids before that indoctrination to a certain type of viewpoint of racism gets directly to them, they'll be like, yo, they'll be looking at their parents and their grandparents and everybody else, be like, yo, as white people, how did y'all let this happen? Like, why are y'all still like this? Why haven't y'all progressed? Right? Why haven't we moved past this? Right? Why are you not better than your past? Right? That would then mean that their kids of a newer generation are trying to hold them accountable for how it is that they're still moving during this day and age. They don't want that. So this is why you have the history books and all this information getting changed. This is why I've specifically talked about the history books in Texas and in Florida, how they're trying to rewrite the narrative on slavery, how they're trying to doctor it up and make it seem, less horrible and more so of a partnership between white Americans and Black Americans, which is highly ridiculous. You're going to have to do a lot of editing in order to make it seem like slavery was just, some type of Willy Wonka in a chocolate factory, type of movie, type of book. You're going to have to do a lot of lying. But like I said, I can't put it past the greatest liars on the planet. So it's possible. Given enough time, it's highly possible. So what was it? Jeremy said, I gotta go. Y'all just mad and don't want to build this bridge. I can't have no parts in this. Racism goes both ways. Obviously, not the chat for white/Black positivity. My other confusing part is when it is that people say racism goes both ways. I have a pictorial book with, in my library that basically shows generations of white folks at these meetings, these rallies, right? Where you got the babies, you got the older siblings, you got the cousins, you got the grandkids, you got the great grandparents, the grandparents, you got the parents of now. They're all sitting up there watching what's happening to a black person or persons and all taking parts directly in it. They're all just sitting up there watching it. And my main question when it happens with those pictures, I'm like, a lot of those families are still around and still alive to this day. And I'm pretty sure they still got pictures, they got books, they have parting gifts that they probably took from the scene. They probably even got postcards. And for some odd reason, you guys tend to forget about that, and y'all be like, hey, we're trying to just do like positivity. You can't have positivity when you still have this history out here that is not recognized and really talked about. The reason that we still have terrible race relations in the United States is because you guys choose to ignore and y'all want to move past it, because realistically, y'all don't want to be held accountable for the atrocities that you guys have historically committed against a very specific group in the United States. And now y'all want to turn around in 2026 when a lot of information is coming out and we got even more stories coming out. And now y'all want to sit up there and be like, the kitchen is a little bit too hot. Everybody's racist. We're not the only ones. Nah. We're starting with you. Y'all are the founders, right? Y'all the founders of this country, right? You're also the founders of racism in this country too, right? It wasn't Black Americans. We didn't ask for any of this. You brought this to us, right? You started all of this. So now that we can sit up there and actually see and get a full view, now that all of this information is all over the internet versus it being like 1994 and it's just in some little newspapers, it's in some little books in the back of a library or in the Smithsonian or with the Vatican or whatever it is. Now that the whole world can sit up there and see it, you can't actually take the heat. And now y'all want to start running. Now y'all want to act like y'all really peaceful people. Ain't y'all the same ones in the United States that's causing wars and skirmishes and civil unrest in other countries? So how is it possible that you want to pull up to the scene talking about you want to start smoking this peace pipe, but you ain't never known anything about peace? What are we talking about? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Right? You said what was it? Somebody said living in the past, right? You said living in the past, bud. I know you're white. You said, are you an ex-slave? Were your parents slave? You know, the way that I look at it like this, right? Anytime that white folks start talking about 9/11, I'm like, that was the past. That was like 20 plus years ago. Why y'all still talking about 9/11? Never forget. Ain't y'all tired of that? Ain't that been over with? Didn't y'all build like a brand new tower? So it's like, why are you still talking about 9/11, right? Why are you still on that? Ain't that living in the past? Pearl Harbor, ain't that living in the past? Going back and looking at World War I and World War II, ain't that living in the past? But you know, the one thing that y'all don't want to live in the past about, that Vietnam War. I noticed out of everything that y'all like to celebrate and y'all like to keep bringing back up repeatedly, y'all never like talking about the Vietnam War and the Guntucken incident. Y'all never like talking about those two things that y'all lost. Like, that's crazy. It's like America is allergic to L's. It's like y'all done took L's, but you're allergic to actually acknowledging those things. Y'all just only want to focus on the wins. That's some wild work. That's wild. It's diabolical work. Diabolical work. But yeah, like I said, ain't 9/11, ain't that in the past? You know? You said, well, the kids whose parents died have grown up and are talking about it now. Yeah, but who really did that though? I'm pretty sure you don't want to get into that one. There was I did a live stream before, talking about that and covering that. I had to, do my conspiracy theory thing. But like I said, there was a lot of things that didn't make sense. But you know what? I'm not even going to get into the whole 9/11 thing. Right? I'll go into something recent, right? Because you're a recent type of person, right? Let's talk about the fact of George W. Bush. I'm pretty sure you're old enough to know who George W. Bush Jr. is. We're not talking about his father. We're talking about the son. And George W. Bush Jr., along with, Ronald Rumsfeld, right? Before 9/11, they sat up there and said, we lost track of $2 trillion. My good sir, what happened to that $2 trillion? What happened to that inquiry? Oh, that's right, 9/11 happened. Oops. Shocking. 9/11 happened. And then, the main areas that they could possibly get information from World Trade Center 7, and the server part of the Pentagon, both of those areas are magically hit. World Trade Center 7, Building 7, out of all of the fires that buildings have ever been on fire, those main buildings were the ones that came down on their own footprint. Color me surprised directly on that. But I remember I still got, footage of firefighters that were near World Trade 7, and they were speaking on how they have to bring down the building. And when you look at the footage of the firefighters just sitting back, relaxing, at their cars and whatnot, not even a large commotion or whatnot or whatever, all you see is one level of the building that was on fire. I'm like, so y'all couldn't have put that out? They were like, nah, it's not going to go out because the sprinkler system, it doesn't work. Magically, the water system for the building doesn't work. Now, mind you, that's a building made of, brick and all this other type of stuff. It's not going to really go up in flames. It's not going to burn down because the plane didn't hit it. But, somehow, some way, the building had to sit up there and come down. That's some crazy work. Diabolical, don't you think? All the information that they needed to do the inquiry into where the $2 trillion went, poof, up in smoke. Up in smoke. Not only that, but George Bush Jr. came directly during his tenure. He was like, yo, we got the world on terror. We got to fight this enemy. And then it was fighting. Then it went from fighting a known enemy that we could see and identify. Then he came back and told y'all we're at a war fighting an invisible enemy. And then it was like, we got sleeper cells all around us, especially in the United States. But they never pointed to these sleeper cells. They never really showed you these sleeper agents. They never showed you this invisible enemy. And then on his last days in office, he went to that dinner, the dinner I love so much. And you saw all of and I didn't see a black in sight. You saw all of these white journalists, both Democrat, Republican, and whoever else at that dinner. And George W. Bush was like, hey, the weapons of mass destruction, they got to be somewhere. And he just looked out there in the crowd and they were just all laughing. So for the white people that are currently here, I'm just trying to figure out, y'all gave over America when you signed that Patriot Act. And then you gave over your kids and your family when it was this war on terror or this war against an invisible enemy. And on top of the fact, they also lied to you again when they said that they were weapons of mass destruction. To the white people out there, I'm still trying to figure out, y'all, you sacrificed your families, your friends, your loved ones, your coworkers, all for a war that you still don't even know what was the end result of. Where are the weapons of mass destruction? I'm still trying to, because you always say like 9/11, never forget. Weapons of mass destruction, where are they? How about that one? I'm waiting for somebody white in this comment section to tell me where are the weapons of mass destruction in 2026. Where's the information on that? Where can you point those out? Just trying to figure out. Like I said, white people, y'all always worried about blacks. It's the blacks. It's the blacks. They're harming us. They're taking us out. The government of which that you vote for every single day is taking out the population by way of your kids that you sacrifice for, because y'all say that y'all the greatest patriots. Y'all say that y'all love this country and everything that comes directly with it. Y'all been sacrificing y'all populations for the longest time possible for wars that y'all don't even know what y'all even warring for. You don't even know what you're sending your kids directly over there for. They're coming either back as twins, meaning that they ended up in twos. They're coming back as just a foot or an arm. They're coming back half a man or half a woman, or they're not even coming back at all. And all for what? But yet y'all still get online every single day and y'all want to talk about the blacks, that we're sitting up there doing whatnot or whatever directly to you. But this is what you decide to do with your populace. You send them directly to a war of which you don't even understand yourself. And what do you get directly out of it? Nothing but lies and sweet words and lullabies. That's it. And this is what you keep consistently doing. And you got the voice to sit up there and speak on Black Americans. And then you come directly to this platform talking about you want to smoke a peace pipe and we need to formulate these bridges. How? You can't even have peace amongst yourselves. You can't even stop warring with other people. Like I said, y'all don't even know why y'all even going to war right now. And then the greatest part is for the white folks out there, soon enough, there's going to be civil unrest. Soon enough, there will be the same war that you guys, a lot of the gun-toting individuals out there that say that I'm American, right? They're all Hulk Hogan's out here, right? They got the machine guns, they got the ATV rocket launchers, all this other type of stuff, machine guns on the back of a Ford and on like Elon's car, the Cybertruck and whatnot, right? You're going to end up having a war directly here. And the reason that you're going to have the war is because of you. And the enemy that you're going to be fighting is yourself. That's going to be the history. That's what's going to go down in the history books that the rest of the world is going to sit up there and write about. Nowhere in there are they going to sit up there and talk about Black Americans are the causation of the Civil War and how the America basically broke apart and had this and had that. It's not going to have nothing to do with us. Y'all got the most armaments. Y'all got the most bodies. Y'all got the most military. But yet, like I said before, y'all always get online and y'all want to start talking about the blacks. And y'all talk about we're the ones stuck in the past and we're the ones that's brainwashed and we're the ones that don't really love America. Yeah, y'all the ones that don't love America, let alone even love yourself. And it's going to show, just like it showed for you sacrificing your kids for that war on terror and many other things that took place and happened. It's going to show when civil unrest and everything else takes place. Like I said, remember, y'all the ones that got the numbers. Y'all the ones that got the guns. So who do you think that the United States government is going to go directly after? You think they're going after the blacks, or you think they're going to go after you? Who's the bigger threat? Good luck. Good luck. Like I said, that's some crazy work. Nobody but the media is talking about the blacks. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me see. What was it? I mean, who said that the United States government was concerned about me? I said that they're concerned with you. Because 9 times out of 10, the greater majority of people that come to really complain and do this back and forth during these live streams are usually white, and many others that are white-like or white thinking, or that want to be a model minority that want to fit within that whole spectrum. So, like I said, I never said that the United States government was worried about me, but I do want to sit up there and list that if you have black folks out here that have enough of a pull and they're speaking in such a way that may be problematic for the government, they will sit up there and put you on a watch list. That's something that you don't know about. Like I said, we got a brother out here by the name of Rizza Islam. He's been put on the FBI watch list along with many other folks because he was trying to spread information directly to the American people, to everybody. But like I said, y'all don't want to sit up there and listen. Y'all don't want to sit up there and listen. As a matter of fact, the craziest part is I do have a video up out here. Let me see if I have it on this computer, if possible. If I do, that would actually be great. That would actually be great because there was some footage out here of a white male that decided that he wanted to pull a weapon on a group of kids that were going door to door, and they were just supplying letters for a car wash that they were doing, right? So hopefully if I look in the background, I just may be able to pull this directly for you guys. Hopefully I can. That'd be great if I can actually pull it real quick. It's going to take me a little bit. That's the Karen that crashed out on the 2 white kids. Let me see. That's the WNBA video. There we go. So let me show this. Like I said, if people want to support the live stream, please do. That'll be very much great because the moment in time that I put this video up, I'm probably it's not gonna. It'll probably cause some problems. But again, I have to showcase videos because a lot of folks, they want to pull up to the scene and talk nonsense, and they want to make it seem like racism doesn't exist. So let's just watch this video and try to see. I mean, there is somebody also talking. Let me see if I can find the other version. Matter of fact, I got you. I'll do this one. I'll get the news version of the video, right? Because that's a lot more believable. Because everybody's like, no, the video, it could be AI, it's fake, it's this, is that. So I got you, no problem. So let's go to mainstream media because everybody loves and believes mainstream media. Let's see why this white man decided to pull a gun on these young individuals that were simply trying to conduct business in a neighborhood.
Counter happened as they were going door to door for their car detailing business.
10 Tampa Bay News reporter Chris Hurst spoke with the teens who say they were scared for their lives.
Now,
demanding our ID.
This is video taken from a dash cam for 2 clean whips. A new business started a month ago by Alekos Speaker and his friends Gio Lenhart and Santi Salinas.
And we all just decided to come together and make the business and just make it happen.
But what happened late last week, going door to door, handing out flyers...
Guys, you already know what it is. We're going to go door knocking for the first time today. Let's get it!
we were just very amped up for that day.
...has them rethinking how to advertise.
I don't think I'm going to go door knocking after this again, really.
On a street near Gulfport, a neighbor the young men don't know came up to Gio. They say he started shouting at them, demanding to see IDs.
When he asked me for ID, I reached for my phone, and I just want to record whatever last moments I had.
That video shows the man yelling at them with a gun at his side, demanding to know why they're there.
I can tell you. Can you please put that away?
So I just want everybody to understand, right? Minus the young Hispanic male that is there, right? You have the other ones that are melanated. So I'm just trying to figure out, right? We can clearly see that the young men are directly in business gear because they're promoting their business. They're also in their truck or vehicle, again, that promotes their business. They also have flyers of which that they are going door to door, knocking on the door and seeing if anybody would like to have their car detailed and everything of that sort. They also have flyers. I'm just trying to figure out why is it possible that white American male decided to pull a gun? Because I know for a fact that if all 3 of them, if there was no melanin there, I promise you, he would have never pulled up a gun. He would have never brought out a gun. But yeah, I got people that pull up to the scene and try to tell me that racism doesn't exist. Why again would this white man decide to walk out of the safety of his home where nobody's bothering him, nobody's messing with him, nobody's trying to argue, nobody's trying to provoke him, nobody's trying to antagonize, nobody's doing anything to him. You saw one of the young men walking from the left side of the screen, walking to a house. Down the block, down the way, you saw this white man in his holy t-shirt with his pistol out, loaded pistol, mind you, walking from slowly in his sandals, busted sandals, mind you, walking from the safety of his home, from the safety of his yard to come and talk to those young men. But y'all want to sit up there and tell me that racism doesn't exist? That's crazy. But like I said, whenever I happen to showcase videos like this, a lot of those folks, they shut up real quick. They stop writing those comments. They don't got nothing to say because there's no way that they can sit up there and get around this. You're not going to be, oh, well, that's just an individual. It's like, yeah, we got POSs and we got folks like this out here, but that's not indicative of the group. Oh, but it is a group because he had a white, another white man directly by his side. He wasn't telling him to stop. He wasn't saying, yo, Bob, go back in the house. Yo, Bob, you're doing too much. Yo, Bob, what are you doing out here with this gun? Why did you leave your home in order to come talk to these young men? He wasn't doing that. He was sitting right there in compliance and in silence. So again, to sit up there and tell me that this is not a group thing or a group think type of thing. Yeah, okay. But let's continue.
If you want to,
we're not.
You got the,
we're not. I feel like
there's a lot of guns on the street.
I hear you. No, we're not here for nothing like that. I was just like, how could I get us out of here safely, without anything bad happening to even any one of us? I understand why you'd be worried, but we don't have any bad intentions at all, sir. We just we're just young kids. We're college kids trying to make money this summer. And
I understand that.
Later, another neighbor tells him the handgun is cocked.
I know it is. It's always ready to shoot.
Pinellas deputies say they're still investigating the confrontation.
In a way, it kind of motivated me to just keep pushing.
We call it the Too Clean Mobile.
These three friends aren't letting an inauspicious start to their business stop their entrepreneurial spirit.
I feel like if we just put our hearts to it, we can really do a lot.
In St. Petersburg, Chris Hurst, 10 Tampa Bay News.
Florida law.
Teens
So
say
let me just state this real quick. The guy in the green, he could sit up there and say that he's not going to let this stop him because, you know, you're good. You pretty much got the complexion. The other two, on the other hand, no. They can't sit up there and be as brave and decide to stay, yeah, this ain't going to deter me. I'm going to sit up there and keep knocking on these doors. Ain't nothing going to, something going to stop you. Something is going to stop you. If it's not him, it's going to be another one just like him. And like I said, those are two white men directly up out there that were fine with whatever was going to sit up there and happen, because in their minds, they're protecting America. They're protecting their neighborhood. They're protecting the block from them. But yet, like I said before, I got people that want to pull up to the scene and they want to try to tell me that racism, discrimination, bigotry, and all this other type of stuff does not happen to people that are melanated, right? Or this type of stuff does not happen to Black Americans, that this stuff is pretty much eradicated. This stuff was dormant. And the only reason that we got racism in this country is because Obama. I'm like, y'all still on Obama? Y'all still on that? How long ago was that? Aren't we on like Trump's like second term? What are we talking about here? Y'all still talking about Obama out here? Y'all still talking about like Obama phones? Y'all still talking about like Obama healthcare? Like, I'm like, how are y'all still fixated on something that happened so long ago? But y'all always sit up there and tell Black Americans like, yo, forget the past. It was in the past. Like, why are you still worried about this? Why are y'all still fixated and focused on Obama? Oh, that's right. Because he looked different from every other president that y'all ever voted for. The melanin is the thing that sticks out like a sore thumb, and you just, for whatever reason within your mind, cannot get past that. But then y'all try to pull back and be like, nah, it's the blacks that's racist. Huh? We're not focused on a president because of his color. Y'all still focused on that. Like I said, that's crazy. D-Money said his last term was 2016. That's a long time ago. We're in 2026, about to be in 2027. We're dealing with some console generations at this moment in time. That's how far we are from that. You know, like I said, that's some wild work. That is 100% wild work. But, you know, you can't tell nobody that. Like I said before, normally at this point in time, this is when we would start to have, you know, trolls. Oh, we got a troll down there. Okay, we got a nice little nifty troll up down there, you know, dealing with a low population troll. Like I said before, you know, the crazy part is when it deals with a lot of white folks, the greatest comeback that y'all got for anything is just the N-word. That's it. Y'all don't got anything else. It's either like chimp or primate, anything dealing with primates, right? Anything dealing with the N-word, right? But every single time I get online and I happen to look through the comments, y'all are the only ones always focused on race, because y'all are the only ones always doing these memes. Y'all got like George Floyd memes and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, y'all really got a fixation on Black men, which is weird. I'm like, that makes no sense. Like, I, as a Black American man, I never decided that, hey, I'm going to take out the time every single day, get online and start talking about white men and making these memes. I talk about a variety of things here, at least. You know, you guys are just stuck. I'm like, that is crazy. Now I see why white women start making those videos talking about white men got an obsession with Black men, because y'all always be pulling up to the scene asking white women like, how many Black guys have you slept with? It's okay if it was just about, like, you know, 6 years ago and it was like one time and he was this type of Black. You know, it is completely fine. But if you're with more than just that, it's like, no, we can't do it. You're a throwaway. Like, the fixation is crazy. That is crazy. Diabolical. What we got up in here? Oh yeah, they was on that tan suit. The moment in time he swapped the suits, white folks lost their mind. They didn't know what to do. That was like a news story for no reason. I'm like, y'all really mad over a suit? What? I'm like, what is even happening? I'm like, how like Fox News is just like running stories about it for like a week. White people online talking about that for like a good solid month. I'm like, y'all just don't know what to do with yourselves. Y'all don't know what to do with yourselves at this moment in time. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. Shout out to Eric Jordan. You said the messed up thing is that there are still sundown towns that exist. That is bars. That is bars. 100%. 100%. Tippy said, "What suit?" It was like a tan brown. It basically was like a brown type of suit. It was like a light, type of brown. Shout out to Eric Jordan for the $2. Don't know, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But yeah, like I said before, I can't historically bring up a moment in time that black folks is like, yeah, we're going to do reverse sundown towns, and we're going to make sure that white people they can't come here, because if they do, it's going to be trouble. It's going to be a problem. But then when you bring that up, the main thing that they say is like, oh, well, you do got towns like that. You got Chicago, O Block. Yeah. What do you think would happen if I, as a white man, came directly to O Block? Like, they'll get me because I'm white, because I don't belong there. I'm not down with it. Then they'll start listing Detroit and all these other places. But I'm like, yeah, no, that's not how that works. They would more than likely show you the way to actually leave so that nothing would actually happen to you. They would actually give you directions. Their whole language and position would actually change. Their whole voice would change. Right? Like I said, it's crazy work. It's diabolical work. 100%. Somebody said then they call the National Guard on O Block. That's crazy. Somebody said, and there are just as many areas in big cities where white people can't travel without being harassed or robbed or worse. Dare I say, Tommy, that we would get treated the same if I was to bring my black self to O Block. I'm pretty sure that I would get worse treatment than you could ever imagine. If I were to take myself to any other black areas around the United States where there's a type of gang activity, I promise you, I would get treated worse than what you could ever imagine. So I'm a little bit confused on how white folks, y'all really come up here with this type of fear as if they really got areas where they're meant to come directly at you. Are you stupid? Like, how is it that y'all have just such this vivid imagination that you just imagine that the blacks are out to get you? You know how many white kids I done sat up there and seen out there in public? I was never trying to attack them. Might have also went to school with some. Never tried to fight or attack them. Never tried to cause an instance or anything. And like, what are like? Where do y'all come from with this? Like, what are you talking about? Like that's the like, y'all really sit down and fixate and really think in whatever white town or city or suburb that you're in, you're really just in the safety of your house and around other white people. And you're really thinking that, yeah, there's somewhere out there in America where the blacks are just thinking about trying to get me if I even move in their direction. Like they're just really they're really gonna do the worst to me. No, no, they're not. That's what some people will refer to as white guilt, meaning that you understand the burdens and the sins of your fathers. And you feel as though that at any given moment in time, Black Americans are going to enact this great terror, this great violence directly on you as a form of revenge because of the great horrors, right, that you guys have placed on Black Americans historically. And yet, still to that day, that has not happened. But for whatever reason, you want it to happen. It's like some type of weird, twisted fantasy. Like you want it to happen so that you can be proven right. Like what is up with y'all? Like that's the weirdest thing possible. Somebody then you reply, he was like, apparently you're stupid because you don't know anything. You're just going off of feelings. born and raised in Detroit, and downtown Detroit is a mixture at this moment in time because of gentrification. And there's tons of white folks down there, and I did not sit up there and see the black folks that were going to and from trying to gangbang on them, trying to rob them, trying to hold them up, trying to take their lives. So it's like, nah, I'm not talking from a point of feelings. I'm talking from actually being around and seeing these things. Like I say, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, y'all have an obsession, which is crazy. You just don't want to admit that obsession. Havoc said, y'all kill the hell out of each other. Yeah, and y'all touch the mess out of kids. So I guess we're even. Shout out to Chris Hansen and shout out to Tim Tebow. So I guess we're even. So you're talking about crime within proximity, right? Okay, cool, fine. White people do the exact same. So what are we talking about? A lot of white men use guns on one another, especially in road rage. And so you know how many videos I've seen of white men not using their words but wanting to pull out a pistol or wanting to just knock down, drag out, fight in the middle of the street on the freeway. You know how many white families I've watched fight in traffic, but yet you guys always have this huge fixation on the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. You guys are ruining the country and da 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 and all this other type of stuff. You guys so badly want Peacemakers Earth X, which is basically all white. And it's almost as if, you know, the 1940s basically took over America. Because in that version of Peacemaker, which I'm pretty sure that was white people's like favorite episode, because you didn't see nothing of the blacks, nothing, right? In that version, all you saw was you guys, right? But the craziest part is, even within that universe of that Earth X, where it was just white people, you didn't see anybody of color or anything of the sort. You still had superheroes to deal with crime, and I'm like, that's weird, because last time I checked, y'all said that the only reason that y'all got crime in the United States, and especially violent crime, is due to the hands of Black Americans. So I'm a little bit confused on why in your own stories you would still make stories where crime still exists. Crime shouldn't exist if the Black people are no longer in existence. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Somebody said, I'm thankful there is no race in my area. Everyone gets along and cares. I guess you're saying that you have an all white area. I mean, that's great. Like I said, nobody actually cares. I mean, you're bringing it up as if we're supposed to care. You're trying to put us on notice as if to say whatever, which is stupid. If you were actually as proud that you say that you are, you would have been proud in silence. Like I said, that's the weird part about a lot of y'all. Y'all say that y'all are so happy and proud to have like an all white area, whatever it is, and that everybody gets along, but yet you got to put us on notice that it exists. For what? I don't specifically care. I don't even know you. I don't even know what area that you're even specifically talking about or smiling about, but yet you wanted to let me know that it existed. Okay. What, like I said, the obsession. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said, so you said, so wait, so black people didn't randomly attack white people in the street because Carmelo was found guilty. That didn't happen. I think you're being dishonest. Who are you even talking to? I didn't even bring up anything about Carmelo Anthony. And then, like I said before, people have actually seen the video and witnessed it. They're telling a whole different story versus what white America basically believes. Because every single time it's one of your white kids online, they're always innocent. They didn't do anything and all this other type of stuff. And then on the other end, if it's a black kid and you can visibly see the video that the kid didn't do anything, right? Because I got tons of videos where black men who are unarmed were shot directly by white cops. You guys will still sit up there and say, oh no, he did something. He was probably selling drugs. He probably had a gun directly on him. He moved. He flinched the wrong way. It's the clothes that he was wearing. He was looking like a gang member. He was looking like a gang banger. Y'all got all these excuses. But whenever it's y'all kids and something happened, they're always innocent. They're the closest thing to Christ, even though you barely believe in God anyway. But have you guys tell it. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Y'all bring up the same stats every single time, and then when we equal it out and we bring up stats about who unalives the family the most, attacking women in their communities, attacking the kids and the family, and also who has the highest rates of leaving this plane of existence, you guys fall real silent on that. And now that stuff doesn't matter, even though you guys say that your lives are more important and that your lives matter. Like I said, I've tried to bring through information in order to educate you, in order to help you, but you guys don't even want to listen at that, which is crazy. Like I said, there's a lot of websites and individuals out there who put out information that specifically state how you have white men in your community who are actively getting freed after not once, not twice, not three times, but several times being found guilty of going directly after children in your community. But yet here we are. So I guess you saying that you guys actually care about yourselves and love yourselves and your communities is pretty much a farce. It doesn't actually matter. Just saying. You said because all white people are never the villain, you are the ones who put all white people. See, this is the thing that y'all get confused on, right? So let me help out some of the white people in the background. If you ever hear black Americans say that y'all are the villain, we mean both historically and when you're sitting there in silence as an accomplice. If you sit there in silence as somebody is doing an action, a horrendous action to another person, right? They're committing an atrocious act, right? They're committing a killing, they're being racist. Again, this is where you get the whole thing of like, hey, all of y'all are basically the same way because people within the same peer group are watching and viewing this happening, but yet magically you're not afraid to say anything. You just refuse to do it. As if to sit up there and say that you're in this middle ground. You're not for it, but you're not against it. Right? So, like I said before, but y'all ain't trying to listen, though. You know, y'all ain't trying to sit up there and listen. Like I said, there was a video I did before where a white man shot over 200 rounds directly at cops. That's crazy. Y'all the ones that's supposed to sit up there and back the blue. What happened? It's crazy work. Oh, you have to troll directly in the comment section. No problem. We got some people trying to cave out in the comment section. That's some wild work. That is some wild work directly from the Caucasus. Wild work. Let me tell you something. He said, yep, any truth that was ever put in your face, you will ignore because your ego and emotions is all the facts that you need. No, because you're saying the exact same things that you guys always post. You know, just saying. What else we got here? Somebody said, why are they lying? I live in the city of Carmelo's verdict, and not one person attacked anyone that day. I mean, well, you got to explain that to Elusive. He said, let's talk about it. They just rescued 16 children in Ohio from child neglect, and they'll skate over that. Yeah, like I said, I've touched over those stories. Third said, you remember, even white women don't want their children going up to a white man when they're lost. Yeah, that's true. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said white people forcing black people to become Christians. This is the greatest scam that they ever that they ever did. Yeah. Yep. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It's diabolical in nature. Like I say, even I myself, I've delivered news to educate white people out here of things that are happening directly in their community. And the same mouth that y'all have in this comment section, during this live stream, y'all never pulled up to any of those videos, which is weird to me. Again, y'all said that y'all really care about white lives out here and that they're very important. I tried to show you how important that they are and who was specifically affecting them in your white suburban communities, and it wasn't the blacks. And you guys ignored those videos. Like I said, that's crazy to me. But you care about yourselves, though, right? It's the big bad blacks that's coming after you guys. We're going into your all white suburbs and just doing God knows what. Some crazy work. The other obsession that I've noticed too is white men coming directly into the stream in the chat and thinking about a young boy in prison and what's happening to him. That's weird. That's very, very weird. Very weird. Like I said, I had to sit up there and pack somebody up. Like I say, you talking real crazy. I'm like, that's very weird. I don't know how you get an imagination where you're thinking about a young teenager in prison with men. That's weird. Like I said, you guys have some type of an imagination I would never want at all. Weirdo behavior. Y'all be saying all of this openly online, and then we look at your profile. You got kids and everything. I'm like, yeah, FBI needs to be knocking at your door. Something is up. Something's not right. I need Chris Hansen and Tim Tebow to sit up there and research those men real quick. Need y'all to research it. Somebody said, why are all of the depictions of wild men shown as Caucasians? I mean, they said that they were the first of the first. They said that they are the first beings directly on this planet. Shout out to the Mormon religion. They said that black is a curse and that their Lord and Savior created blonde-haired, fair-skinned, white folks to go and reproduce throughout the universe. So, yeah, there's that. Like I said, I've never seen a black religion where they were like, yeah, the white folks out here are a curse and this, that, and I haven't seen that yet, at least I don't happen to know about it, and it's not something that's taught throughout the black community. But on the reverse end, that's the type of religion that they got. It's crazy work. Somebody said I'm a racist. So to the person that said that, I'm a racist, how am I a racist? Let's take out the time. I'll give you some time. Let me know how I'm a racist. Let me know. Just trying to figure out how. Take your time. To the I'm just going to say laundry, right? 1984. This is directed to you. How am I the person speaking on this live stream, right? How am I racist? Third was like, maybe because I play fours, and that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Let me see. What was it? Somebody said black people play victim all the time and act like they didn't do nothing. I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Isn't that the same thing that white people are doing with trying to rewrite history and trying to rewrite slavery and everything of the sort? Isn't that what white people are sitting up there doing, where they don't want to, specifically be honest and own up to the things that they've historically done to a multitude of folks up out here? Because let me put it to you like this. If I was the leader of a country and at any moment in time, power-wise, I affected and oppressed white people in a certain type of way, I'm putting that in the history books. I'm like, hey, this is the ugly truth. This is what happened. And then from that, we're going to show how it is that we're making amends with what it is that took place right? And we're going to, try the best to list all of those that were, affected. And then we're going to try to give directly to those who face different types of hardships because of the laws and the rules and the regulations that took place and happened. Now, like I said, that's just me being honest. But when it comes to y'all can never do anything of the sort. That would never even, come directly into your frame of mind. Honesty, being forthcoming, being truthful. Just saying. Because like I said, I've always been honest, directly out here, even if I didn't do anything wrong. But if somebody was affected in a certain type of way, I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm putting whatever to the side. Yo, I apologize. If I did affect you, if I did harm you in a certain type of way, that was my bad. I apologize for how it is that you feel and what it is that I did in order to make you or to have you feel that way. Like I said, that's how I sit up there and do stuff. But y'all can't sit up there and actually do anything like that. But again, that's somewhere off in some multiverse that probably doesn't even exist where, the reverse, as I like to sit up there and say, reverse history, reverse racism took place where, the whites were ensnared and trapped and the blacks ruled the world and we subjugated you to certain things and had you go through, tons of years of slavery, right? But like I said, I'm just giving an example of something that I know at least that I would do. Y'all would never ever decide to make that effort because you would be fearful of what could potentially happen, how people would react, the emotions and everything of the sort. But this is the deal. If people would have been forthcoming with the information earlier on and tried to make amends earlier on and took step by step to actually be better people and to get away from their past transgressions and the things that they did and believed directly in, America would actually be a better place. But again, like I said, it's not black Americans. You guys, as white Americans, want to hold on to an old past. Y'all want to go back to the days of the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys ain't even the Beach Boys because they copied black music. So it's like y'all don't really, in a sense, even got anything. Rock and roll, that's black. Country, black. A lot of stolen music all over the place. A lot of the music that y'all love, oh, so much, just painted white. Y'all love our rhythm, but you hate the blues. Let me tell you something. It's diabolical work. So now we're doing a 20-80 rule that people are doing. It's like 20% of blacks are okay, but the 80%. So if we're to, go by, what is it, Elizabeth, if we're to basically go by what it is that you're saying, right? You're doing this 20-80 rule, like 20% of blacks are fine and 80% are the ones that's causing chaos and whatnot in the country. What does that then mean for white folks that always love war and they always vote for war? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit concerned on how you would basically push those numbers. Because every time we have a war, it's y'all voting on these wars to happen. Because I want to know, going back to the Vietnam War, a lot of black Americans were against the Vietnam War because we were like, we don't know the Vietnamese and they never did anything to us. It was your people that did things to us. Like Muhammad Ali said, why am I going to sit up there and go fight the Viet Cong and the Viet Cong ain't never did nothing to me? But what white Americans did? They got mad because Muhammad Ali was defiant and he wanted to question white people in the government. And what did y'all sit up there and do to Muhammad Ali? Y'all jailed him, imprisoned him. Y'all took away his titles because he was right. Even still to this day, y'all don't even want to sit up there and admit that Muhammad Ali was right about the Vietnam War, which is, again, a war that y'all lost. One of the biggest L's that anybody could ever talk about. So I'm a little bit confused on, again, this 20-80 rule that you do, right? And you're only primarily talking about here in the United States. So in the United States, what about all of these white folks that like doing wars? What about that? What about all of these wars that you guys like to vote on as white folks, and you want to sacrifice everybody's kids, including your own, and we get nothing in return. We don't see any type of net positive. We see nothing but debt. Matter of fact, what about the debt crisis currently in the United States that is edging up to about like $40 trillion dollars? We know it's not the blacks. What about the Pentagon being a black hole when it deals with money being thrown directly in it? Like I said, I did a story directly on that. I think it was like somewhere upwards of like 700 million or whatnot or whatever. What about the $1 trillion plane that magically malfunctioned and disappeared somewhere down south and that broke apart? Can't sit up and say the blacks on that. $1 trillion, that's a lot of money. Let me tell you something. White people are the only ones that I know of that can lose track of $1 trillion and then act like it never happened. If anybody black lost track of $1 trillion, y'all would try to put him and his future generations in prison for 9 eternities. You would try to hold the masses of black Americans accountable for that. But yet you guys cause deficit after deficit after deficit. You cause crisis after crisis. Matter of fact, speaking of a crisis, remember how we sat up there and had the recession? Remember how we had that recession? And white people, I want y'all to specifically remember this. Remember how the United States government, your government, was like, we're not going to bail you out or help you out. We're going to deal with the big three. So that's Chrysler, Ford, and GM, and we're going to bail out the banks. And what did the United States government do? They allowed white folks to basically lose their homes, families to sit up there and break apart. Y'all were sitting up there like living on the streets. Y'all were living under bridges. Y'all were suffering. But yet, the main thing that y'all could get online and sit up there and do is talk about the blacks. Your own United States government, your own white government sat up there and left you homeless, destitute on the side of the road, like the dogs you are. They left you unsheltered on purpose and told you what it was that they were going to do and told you that they weren't going to sit up there and bail you out and help you. Matter of fact, they did the exact same thing during the pandemic because you didn't learn the first time. After they told you, they were like, hey, we want to sit up there and find this magical $1 trillion. Remember, the same government that lost $2 trillion back before 9/11 magically found a couple of trillion in order to quote unquote give some money to the American people. But they were like, we're only going to give you a little bit of money. We're not going to do it for the full extent because we're not trying to give out handouts. You're going to have to get back to work. We don't care if your family's died. We don't care if your wife, your husband, your kids died. We don't care if your whole bloodline died because of this. We need you to get back to work because we're no longer going to sit up there and give you these stimmies. So, Patriot Act, we had the economic crisis, had a housing crisis, then we had a pandemic. Your own government, white people, has done you dirty, and yet you guys still get online and talk about the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. This is what it looks like when people refuse to take accountability for their own problems and situations in which they caused and directly voted for. White people, this is you. At any point in time when anything bad happens with the government, you can't turn around and blame the blacks. So because you can't blame the blacks, this is why you guys decide not to talk about it, or you talk very quietly. You talk real light about it. But you say that we're the ones that's brainwashed. That's crazy. That's wild. That's 100% wild. Like I said, y'all got a problem with the wrong people. And like I said before, y'all ain't never really been a peaceful type of people. This is why y'all always cling on to armaments, weapons, biological warfare, because that's all you know is chaos. Either amongst yourself or causing that with other people. That's how y'all were able to sit up there and make it and be the quote unquote conquerors, especially with biological warfare. That's the one thing that y'all greatest at. Not even bullets and ammunition. You guys are very good at biological warfare. So good, in fact, that back in Europe, you almost took yourselves out with the Black Plague and everything else that came directly with it. Like I said, all you know is war and chaos. and then you sit up there and place other people within that exact same war and chaos, and then you want to turn around and play victim, and you want to look at the blacks and be like, oh, look how violent you are. Look at how we learn from the best. If we're going to sit up there and call a spade, if we're going to make it a buck, if we're going to keep it 100%, if we're going to put a bar out there, we learn directly from the best. Ain't y'all the teachers? Didn't y'all sit up there and say that we were savages? And y'all were the ones that sat up there and got us from the savage lands and raised us into, subhuman beings, into something? You taught us your ways? Masters of evil? Like I said, that's crazy. That's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. And last but not least, to the white people directly out there that are even still listening, that's bending an ear. My main question to you at this point in time is where are all of those files that you guys kept talking about when they dealt with these celebrities, right? Your celebrities, right? So let me put this into perspective, right? So you guys want to harp on, let's say, like a Chris Brown, a Diddy, a Bill Cosby, a Kobe, and many others, right? Those are your main highlights. Oh, also OJ and Kwame Kilpatrick, right? Those are the main highlights that y'all like always bringing up every single time when it deals with negative media, negative news, or something that somebody did, right? Okay, cool, fine. Right? That's good for the goose. So in reverse, looking for the gander, all of these files that y'all said that y'all had, white people, y'all said that y'all know these celebrities and their names and all this other type of stuff and how it is that they were moving, and these files were supposed to be released. What happened? Your greatest people, your greatest folks, all of your celebrities. Like I said, I put it to you like this, white people. I done did videos of some of your greatest rock stars and how it is that they love underage girls and made songs about underage girls. Matter of fact, you still got videos that used to play on VH1 that are now on YouTube where one of your artists is outside of a girl's window, a minor's window, basically singing about her peering directly through the window. I'm like, this was y'all okay this? White people, y'all thought that this was cool back in the 80s and the 90s to have this grown man looking into a teenage girl's window and singing about her? Wow, that's crazy, brother. That is diabolical. And then the King of Kings, you got Elvis directly up out there. He loved the minors. He loved those minors. Let me tell you. Matter of fact, thinking about it, 13 to 15 was probably Elvis's luckiest and favorite numbers. Let me tell you something, because he really had those girls. Matter of fact, Hugh Hefner was one of those ones too, because I brought up and showed pictures of the old school Playboy bunnies back in the day. And like I told people before, I'm like, yo, tell me, how would you know in this black and white photo the ages of these women? And then when you go back and look at the history, you'll sit up there and find out that you had teenagers that were Playboy bunnies back during those days, dealing with Hugh Hefner. But, white people, they stay quiet on that one, though. They stay quiet talking about Hugh Hefner. That was one of the other kings right there. Like I said, a lot of famous white men like to go to the Playboy Mansion. No telling what was going down there in that grotto, right? They got underground tunnels and everything up over there. That's some crazy work. But again, y'all like sitting up there talking about the blacks, though. Somebody said Elvis is dead. That don't mean nothing. Elvis can be dead, but what about the people that he affected? Matter of fact, I did y'all a video on my IG page talking about Shirley Temple and how it is that you had all of those grown men directly on that little girl. Y'all ain't had nothing to say about that, though. Her and her mom did an interview with Larry King Live, and y'all was still silent on that. But y'all say y'all care about white lives and you care about the purity and you care about this and y'all care about that. But whenever you get highlighted as being the problematic ones, you guys stay silent. You turn into Sandra Bullock, girl, boy, boy, girl. You turn into Stevie Wonder. You turn into Ray Charles. Magically, you don't see nothing. But the only time that you can see something is when it deals with color, even though y'all say that y'all colorblind. But you can magically always see and spot whenever somebody black does a crime. That's crazy. I thought you was colorblind, though. I thought you didn't see color. But you always see color whenever there's a crime committed by somebody black. That's wild. That's crazy. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I wonder how many of the men of your community sung that to one of your daughters. Sweet cherry pie. I wonder how many of the men of your community sang that to your daughters. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. Like I said, y'all got some of the greatest murderers in the existence of United States history. They got books and movies written about them. They're celebrities. You got people that sit up there and mimic the way that they look, either on a daily or as a celebration in Hallows Eve, aka Halloween. Like, it's crazy work, like I said, but y'all always fixate on the blacks, though. That's crazy. That's diabolical. But like I said, stay on the black stuff. Like I said, that's your best bet. That's your best bet, because if you decide to move away from that, it is curtains. It is curtains. But like I said, the power that you guys got and that y'all been holding on to has been slipping little by little. That tight grip that you used to have, you've been getting older with age. That grip ain't that tight. You starting to sundown. You starting to get that dementia. You starting to get that Alzheimer's. You starting to forget a lot of stuff. You don't forget racism, but you starting to forget a lot of other stuff. So like I said, it's only a matter of time. And that's the one main thing that y'all are fearful of, because you always had a fear that if that grip slips and that power falls into the hands of Black Americans, that you're going to have to suffer a great deal. When realistically, the main thing that we've always tried to be in the United States is a form of a helper or a savior, even if it was not for our own best interest, but it was for the interest of the United States. That's crazy. It's diabolical. A matter of fact, speaking of which, because I see Sham posted a lot of serial killers up there. I think I listed in a post a while ago about 10 or 12 serial killers, and none of them were Black. And these were the greatest. Like Jack the Ripper, that's not a Black man. That's not even a Black European. Jack the Ripper. Let me tell you, that dude was such a great killer that they even threw him into anime. That's how great his killings were. That's how legendary he is. Like I said, crazy work. Diabolical work. 100%. Like I said, white folks, y'all gonna have to sit up there and figure something out. Like I said, y'all can always aim at and talk about the blacks and the crime rates and all this other type of stuff, which would be crime within proximity. But like I said, y'all got some of the most legendary killers that we've ever seen in United States history. Legendary. Like I said, we got t-shirts, we got movies, they were in video games. Like I said, even the imaginary ones, you got Chucky, you got Michael Myers, you got Jason, you got Freddy. Freddy is a whole issue by itself. And the craziest part is a lot of white folks like Freddy, but Freddy like the kids. So white people, what's happening? Are you trying to tell us something secretly? Because I've seen a lot of white boys sit up there and walk around with that Freddy sweater. And Freddy has quite a story. Quite a story. Like I said, that's wild. That is wild by itself. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Third say, you ever seen the Hatchet trilogy on Tubi? Nah. I ain't never seen that. What is it? Mook said, excuse me. Mook said they are the true shooters. And the crazy part is, talking about shooters, I even covered a old video, not an old video, but I covered an old story from, I think, about 1950s or the 1960s. It was a white male at an American college, and he was in a bell tower having a shootout with cops. Like I said, like this is just the type of stuff that y'all like to sit up there and do. Like, whenever y'all feeling a certain type of way, y'all start really getting violent. So in reality, a lot of the stuff that y'all want to portray and paint directly on Black Americans it's projection, because that's really you. Because like I said, y'all don't really talk yourselves out of a situation. You don't really like to use your words. You like to always use a form of violence, a form of chaos, because you don't know anything else. So because that is the bare truth, you now want to project that truth and that history on Black Americans. Crazy work. Crazy work. D-Money was like, Ted Bundy was putting up those numbers. His number, his jersey is in the rafters. There's a lot of white serial killers. Their jerseys are in the rafters. Like I said, they got personal numbers. They got one-on-ones. Sometimes they were just like slaying 3 at a time. Like, it's crazy. Like, even still to this day, you got a lot of white families out there that don't know what happened to their daughters. Like I said, this is why we got the ID channel. This is why we got Lifetime. Lifetime was never about Black men. Lifetime was about white men sitting up there committing crimes in the white community towards white women and kids. John wanted to talk about that, though. Y'all literally had a whole network about your men and the crimes that they commit towards you. Crazy. That's wild work. Wild work. Wait, D-Lo, you said what? You said, how did you get unsubscribed from the channel? Oh, that's crazy. I don't know. I have no clue. Shem was like, what about the one in Illinois? He killed and went after boys. It was based off of him. Yep. Like I said, I used to D-Money listed Unsolved Mysteries. I used to watch that with my grandma. That was like one of our favorite shows. It would come on, I want to say like 9 or like 10 at night, or sometimes a little bit later, and I'll be watching it. All I would see is just stories about white men doing these crimes in the white community. I was just like, I was baffled. I'm like, I didn't know that white people was really like this. I didn't know that they were really doing this. Like I said, John Walsh, when he would have America's Most Wanted, I'm like, man, white people really sitting up there doing that? I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, why would you do that to your own people? I'm like, I just, like I said, I was young. I didn't sit up there and get it. Because like I said, when you go through elementary and middle school, it's certain things that you're not specifically taught about said group of people. So then when you watch their media, now you start to sit up there and learn stuff that's not getting taught, or that's not in the history books, or better yet, it's not even really pushed out there in the news. Because primarily with mainstream media, they like to always talk about what? Oh, it's blacks doing the crimes. 1 trillion people just died in Chicago just 5 seconds ago. Why aren't the Democrats and the blacks talking about that? Where's Obama? Where's Black Lives Matter? Right? But yet we got all of these, school quote unquote incidences that take place, but yet we got all of these gun-toting white American men, and they're nowhere to be seen, even though those school shootings were happening continuously. It was at one point in time, I swear to you, there was a shooting that was happening like every week. But I'm like, okay, so where are all of these ex-cop, ex-military, ex-government white men with all of these armaments? I'm like, y'all got all of these machine guns. Y'all was walking through Walmart, going through Starbucks, and walking down the street extra tough with all of these guns, right? When y'all was talking about BLM and they're dangerous and they're going to burn down our towns and cities. Realistically, historically, that was always white people. But y'all was walking real tough with these guns down the street, and at places where it wasn't nothing happening, wasn't nothing popping off. But when it came to those kids at those schools, I did not see not one white man up out there. I didn't see groups of white men out there posted at any of these schools where it could have been potentially popping off. That's crazy. That's wild work. That is 100% wild work. And like I said, for the white men out there, my greatest question is this, because y'all always want to bring up these percentages, right? Y'all pretty much the face of going after kids and women in your community. What are you specifically doing about that? Because y'all always ask the question and list these stats when it deals with Black Americans. Again, a community of which you don't care about, that you're not even really around, because normally you're in some white suburban well-off town or whatever it is, right? You're normally around your own people, but you're fixated on Black Americans and the numbers and everything of that nature that don't actually affect you because you don't even live around Blacks. But you live around yourselves, and I'm trying to figure out what is the solution or the fix to stop white men from going after the kids and the women in your community. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because like I said, y'all said what some time ago when it was BLM, right? When it was Black Lives Matter, y'all want to say that white lives matter. I'm just trying to figure out when was that a time? Because when we think about the trailer parks, that's all y'all out there, and crimes and drugs and everything is being committed. Y'all even got gangs out there, so you can't blame the Blacks, but you guys tend to ignore it because you're like, oh, that's just, the poor whites. Who cares about them, right? So then we move to the middle class. You have the same thing happens in white neighborhoods, communities, suburb areas. And for whatever reason, you still overlook that and just ignore it because you can't blame anybody Black or anybody else directly for it. So then we go to the upper middle class, and it's pretty much the exact same way, but mum is the word, and you refuse to actually report that or put it, on a 72-hour spin on the news because it's going to make you look bad, and it's going to make you look like you don't know how to raise your kids or take care of your community or actually be leaders. So then the last stop is dealing with the more wealthier. And the thing I noticed with that is that when it deals with wealthy whites, they tend to actually put their information out there so that people are on notice so that the problem can get fixed. Well, Seji, what are you talking about? I did a story a while ago where white folks somewhere in the United States opened up a quote unquote test trial for a facility where you would have these white drug addicts in white communities come, and they would take the most illegal drugs that they normally OD from in a clean facility. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, so you got the police, you got doctors and nurses, and you got clean needles there. You have the most illegal narcotics there that they can freely take. Just take it, take a rest, and then they can walk out. But you're not arresting these people, nor are you arresting the people that have these type of narcotics that are illegal by all means. You're not arresting them for allowing these people to use it. Like I said, only white people can do this stuff. Y'all would never allow, you would never, ever in a day allow Black folks to decide to make a facility such as that and to have that up and running. You would have everybody on Fox News and every other Republican, conservative, and all these other folks basically running their mouths talking about it. But when white people sit up there and do it, oh, it's the betterment of the community. It's to help our ones that are lost, that are addicts, that don't know how to see their way out. So we're going to try to edge them off of these narcotics and these drugs. It's the best way to do it. So what I'm getting from all of this messaging out here when it deals with your mainstream media is that the only lives of white folks that are important, that mean anything, are the rich or the wealthier ones. When it deals with the medium to the poor, y'all don't even care. Y'all do not care at all. And I know this because I've covered all of these videos. Like I said before, I covered a lot of content, try to sit up there and get information directly to people, try to, have the poor whites and the middle class whites actually realize and see some stuff, how they're brainwashed and indoctrinated into believing certain types of things still to this day, but y'all refuse to listen. Just like the Haitians refuse to listen to Black Americans. And yet here we are. The same way that y'all still refuse to listen and y'all throw this platform and y'all come through with all of the racism and everything in the sort because that's all you got. Because accountability is your main kryptonite. That's your main fear, other than quote unquote the invisible Black man, the invisible Black boogeyman. Like I said, that's crazy. Somebody said that's my opinion. I mean, I guess. I mean, I clearly explained what it is that I'm referring to and talking about, the stories that I've covered. I'm clearly talking about the experience of looking at mainstream media over these many years and decades. And I'm explaining all of the information. And the main thing that you can come down with is that that's just my opinion. I guess so. I guess I'm seeing something that you could never see. I guess in your mind, mainstream media is stating to you that they actually care about white lives in general, which realistically they don't. Because like I said before, you have a white family out here that really got a lot of white folks of all um, financial levels hooked on drugs. And I didn't hear white people crying about them. I didn't hear y'all trying to throw them in jail and prison, which is crazy. Like they got your whole community hooked on opioids and other types of drugs. And then after that was found out, they were the same ones that came up with a cure for it. And then not only did they do that, somehow, some way they came up with another drug that was stronger than the strongest opioid that was in existence, where it was a part of 3 to 4 stronger drugs to create the strongest one there is. But like you said before, it's my opinion. You got it. You got it. You 100% got it. Like I said, don't listen to a black man out here. You got it. Like I said, I try to sit up there and give you a little bit of information. I try to tell you from the point of view of what it is, the information that's being delivered to me, and you don't want to sit up there and listen. You got it. May the devil do his work. Because like I said, y'all too hard-headed. Y'all too hard-headed, and y'all really think that y'all know what is best. And you see what the best has gotten you. Nowhere. Chaos. Y'all are in the process of ending America as it is at this moment in time by allowing AI, robotics, and all this other type of stuff to sit up there and roam free. And y'all ain't even putting up no type of resistance to it. This is why I don't even care about it no more. Like I said, bring me my digital card. Start replacing all of these folks that's within the fast food industry with robotics and AI. Bring in these 2.0 and these 15-minute cities. Bring in this social system that is going to basically collapse a lot of people's lives financially. Bring all of that stuff in. Like I said, y'all ain't going to understand it up until you're able to miss what it is when it's gone. Like I said, bring it all in. Because like I said, y'all ain't going to understand nothing up until you got to cry about something. Your back is already against the wall, but you think it's not. Like I said, bring it all in. Like I said before, black Americans will survive the same way that we've always survived directly in this country. You, on the other hand, good luck. Like I said, we've had to survive stuff historically that y'all ain't never have to sit up there and face, and we're still here. And y'all still can't even figure out how we're still sane. That's some crazy work. Like I said, I'm sitting up there watching videos of celebrities sitting up there trying out cloned or AKA human meat and trying that out and talking about it tastes great. I'm sitting up there watching laboratories in Japan using human fecal material, taking the proteins from that and making 3D printed meat. I'm watching a lot of stuff on up out here, and it's like I don't see white people saying nothing. Like I said, they got y'all the first time when it dealt with like Dolly the sheep. Y'all still ain't pay attention. And then later on in the 2000s, they was like, yeah, we got y'all with cloned fish. Like y'all didn't catch on when they set up there and gave y'all that movie Jurassic Park. And then later on in the 2000s, they was talking about bringing back the woolly mammoth. Y'all still ain't catch on. Y'all still ain't catch on when they gave y'all the movie Island of Dr. Monroe and all this other type of. Like I said, y'all just don't learn nothing. Y'all don't pay attention to nothing at all. Y'all don't pay attention to nothing. Like I said, didn't your government sit up there and tell you like, oh, aliens exist? There's like 3 to 4 different types of aliens directly about here. And then I guess the next thing they'll sit up there and say is that the earth is flat and then that there's many other continents out there. I guess that'll be the last step. I guess they'll save that for like dead last when it don't even matter anymore. Because then what was it? The video I set up there and showed y'all that one time, General Byrd, he pulled up out of nowhere and he was like, yeah, we went past the Antarctic and we saw a landmass, a continent that was roughly the same size as North America. And he literally told people on mainstream television that, hey, if there's any young white kids that want to be explorers, I've gone and seen all the continents, but if you move past Antarctica, there's areas left to explore. That's crazy word. Like I said, that was a white man that said that, but somehow they wanted to say that, he was, some type of crackpot later on and all this other type of stuff. And people said that, yeah, all these many continents, it doesn't exist and whatnot. Hey, like I said before, hey, all I'm saying is this: if for the longest time, for about over 60 plus years, conspiracy theorists were being called crazy when it dealt with JFK, they were being called crazy when it dealt with UFOs, and now the United States government told you that UFOs exist. Hey, the only last stop is left is them sitting up there telling that there are other continents. That's the only other way that these alien beings, with basically these 4 other types, quote unquote, that they gave you, would exist. Just saying. Just saying. Like I said, y'all gonna figure it out the exact same way they set up there, and all of these scientists that came up with anti-gravity tech and different type of stuff, same way they disappeared and don't exist no more, and then all the blueprints that they have for those ideas are no longer here. Yeah, y'all gonna figure it out. Like I said, shout out to white people though. Y'all good. Y'all are real good. Y'all are real good. Like I said, keep blaming the blacks. Vatican sitting up there hiding a lot of secrets. Keep blaming the blacks. Religion is still sitting up there pacifying you. Keep blaming the blacks. The government is taking away your freedoms. Keep blaming the blacks. We're close to doomsday and World War III because the clock is that much closer to 12. Keep blaming the blacks. Like I said, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Somebody said, let's see your high school diploma. You got me. I don't got one, man. I don't even know how to read, sir. Isa thinks I'm a 6, sir. Isa don't has education, sir. Eyes only sees, sir. I'm just black, sir. That's crazy. That's why I work though. That's some crazy work though. That's some wild work. I didn't know I need a high school diploma in order to speak online. That's crazy. So we moved from needing a high school diploma to, sweep at McDonald's to now needing a high school diploma to be able to speak, on platforms. That's wild work. That is some wild work, 100%. But it be like that. Wild work. But give me a quick second. Got to take a small little break. Let me hit y'all with that good old Haitian, a good old Haitian song that came up earlier, just in case y'all didn't hear it. It's gonna be on a loop for a minute, but I'll be right back.
I'm back in Haiti.
Oligarch, you know what I'm saying? Which all the
I woke up and I'm back in Haiti. Sun on my face and the air too spicy. Mama on the porch with the same white chair, same blue bucket, same prayer there. Dust on my shoes, but I'm home for real. Hit on roosters talk, hear that I ain't wheel. Put a Prince beat like a drum in my chest. I've been far too long, now I'm back with the rest. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Who can shake me? I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Flip flop slap when I walk that block. Old heads now when the boys all talk. Sweet mango juice and the gas can flame. Luke cousin grin when he holler my name. I left with a dream in a bag of pain. Came back same soul, just a little more strain. Now I move slow, let the day unfold. Got my roots in the dirt, got my story unfold. I'm back in Haiti. I woke up and I'm back in Haiti. Sun on my face in the air too spicy. Mama on the porch with the same white chair, same blue bucket, same prayer there. Dust on my shoes, but I'm home for real. Hit on Roosters talk, hit that iron wheel. Put a Prince B like a drum in my chest. I've been far too long, now I'm back with the rest. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Who can shake me? I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Flip flop slap when I walk that block. Old heads now when the boys all talk. Sweet mango juice and the gas can flame. Luke cousin grin when he holler my name. I left for the dream in a bag of pain. Came back same soul, just a little more strain. Now I move slow, let the day unfold. Got my roots in the dirt, got my story told. I'm back in Haiti.
All right, we are back. Had to take a short break. I'm glad y'all like the song. Glad y'all like the song. Let me see. What we got? Somebody said I'm sending you two. Now you got to. Somebody said it sounds nothing like a Haitian. I mean, it'd be like that. It's, it's a song. It don't even matter. You know. Let me see. Meanwhile, his diploma was paid for. That's crazy. Somebody was like, I got 6 high school diplomas. Yo, that's wild. Yo, that is wild. I'm really starting to think that I should probably put that song up whenever I start doing the videos on Haitians now. That's probably what I'll do. That'll be the intro. So you'll know. That's probably what we're gonna do. I gotta probably do some more songs. That's crazy. Of course, Tippy, I'm black. We wash our hands. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. Only Tippy, like I said, I can't take y'all nowhere. Y'all always, every single time, just got to get on people. Every single time. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you something. Rapid funny. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. He said, be honest. That is honest. Yeah, we don't play no games out here like that. We ain't doing that. Like I said, we gotta make sure our hands are washed. Ain't playing no games out here. Like I said, that's how I'm not sure if people remember. There was a place called Chi-Chi's. That's how a lot of those places got shut down because they always had, I think it was like a hepatitis A from, if I remember correctly from the last time I did a video on it, they would always have like a hepatitis A outbreak that would take place in a lot of those restaurants. Tether said that's my favorite song now. Yeah, let me tell you. Somebody said our people from Ukraine, South Africa, and Afghans on TPS status. That I'm not sure. Africans possibly. I'm not sure about the other two though. I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Not sure at all. Yeah, no. Well, I'm confused. Wait, who? I'm a little bit confused. So I'm looking at the comments now. I'm a little bit confused. To be like, let me change the subject. No, yeah. I know about the I mean, it's Argentina, so I expected them to have something racist down there. I'm not too shocked. It's Argentina. If you know the history of Argentina and the people that escaped and fled there, like I said, I think I brought y'all a video about that as well too. It was like 2 areas, one over there in Europe and another one being like Argentina and the history and all that other type of stuff. Like I said, it'd be like that. It 100% be like that. But I did have somebody earlier because I did start that comment. Let me go back to Scary Swim. You said Seiji, because we're basically at the end of the stream. He said, Seji, this may be off topic, but did you hear about Sony ending physical game disc for the gaming console in 2028? Yes. Yes, I did. The crazy part is that people are now trying to go and switch gears, and they're trying to move it towards Xbox. And they're like, oh yeah, Xbox, they're getting rid of. I mean, everybody. I knew that Xbox was moving towards getting rid of physical. I'm not shocked. I'm on PC. My PC that I'm staring at right now at the tower, it doesn't have a disk drive. So I'm not freaking out. I'm not confused by it. I knew what it was that Xbox was going to sit up there and do. And for me, I was fine with it. I'm like, all right, I'm still going to sit up there and get that system. I'm going to get Project Helix, and I'm going to be playing, the next, Unreal 5, Unreal 6 games, directly on that console, along with being able to play my Steam games. I'm fine with it. Everything on Steam is digital anyway. So it's like for people to freak out and try to switch gears and talk about Xbox makes no sense. But PlayStation doing this doesn't make any type of sense. Because PlayStation was always talking about like, yeah, we're a console system with this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. And now they're doing the exact same thing that Xbox is doing. I'm like, nobody finds that to be a bit weird. Nobody finds that to be a bit strange. Nobody finds that to be a bit suspicious. And then I read another article where Sony was like, yeah, we're going to move into the field of having both games on PlayStation, on console, and on PC. I'm like, but isn't that what Xbox is doing already? I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense. Like I said, Project Helix is literally a hybrid. So are you now trying to say that you're going to try to make a hybrid console as well? It don't make no sense. Like I said, it's just one big copying game. Microsoft will go out there and they'll go out on a limb and they'll take a shot no matter how it works out. And then here comes Sony. And I'm like, yeah, nobody ever calls this out. I'm like, for whatever reason, people are like, Sony can never do any wrong. I'm like, that is crazy. Shan was like, I still got my PS1. I wish I still had mine. Judah said they're cutting support for the PS4. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They're going to close down the stores for the PS3 and the PlayStation Vita within this year to like next year, maybe towards 2028. Pretty much all over. Because again, they're trying to get a lot of those residual folks onto the PS4. And then they're going to start to do the same thing with the PS4 because they want everybody off of the PS4 and onto the PS5 and the PS6. So again, Sony is moving like Apple, pretty much. D-Money was like, I knew it was coming 2 years ago. I mean, they didn't have no choice. Like I said, Xbox been talking about doing a lot of these things. They've been talking about it. And Sony is just like, well, it seems like it's going pretty well with Xbox and nobody's really bugging out. So it's time for us to switch gears in that direction too. We are not no system left behind. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, that is 100% crazy. Tip is like, y'all don't get it. No physical copies mean you don't own the game. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the way that it's going anyway. You're going to, I mean, people lease cars already, right? And pretty much as soon as you get a brand new car, you're just going to be leasing that car. You're not going to own the car. You're not really going to own it because you're going to have third parties that are going to have access to information directly on you dealing with that car. Like I said, if you remember Minority Report, it's technically it's going to be like that. You're not going to own anything and you'll be happy. I mean, it'd be like that. Like I said, as Mo would always state, Skynet is inevitable, and it is. Like I said, I'm fine with it now. Like I said, you go for so long trying to sit up there and tell and warn people, and folks don't want to pay attention or listen. I'm like, hey, all right, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Like I said, give me my digital cryptocurrency card. They got a multitude of currencies on there, along with everything else. I'm fine with it. I'm completely fine. Like I said, as long as I'm able to sit up there and just go out here and make a living and whatnot, and just enjoy video games, so be it. So be it. What is it? Dead said no one is going to buy the PS6. No, people are going to buy the PS6. I will tell you that I'm not buying the PS6. This generation is looking like the 360 generation, where people had to make a choice if you were going to go PlayStation or if you were going to go Xbox. For me, I'm going to stay Microsoft. I'm not going to go out there and try to get all three. I did that, this gen, PS5, the Switch, the first Switch, day one Switch, as a matter of fact, along with the Series X. So ended up getting all three. That was something I always wanted to do within my lifetime. I successfully did that, and now it's going to be just having one single system. I'm like, for me, having a PS5, which barely gets used anyway, there would be no reason for me to have a PS6. There's no reason. No reason at all. And this is why I told people before originally why I missed out on the PS3 to the 4, because I did not like what PlayStation originally did, where they brought out the PS3 for about $700-800. And then in PlayStation Magazine, they're talking about like, yeah, we're already working on the PS4. I'm like, yeah, nah. So basically, they're doing the same thing that they did during the PS3 era. They're doing that now with the PS5. PS5, technically, for all intents and purposes, just came out. It really ain't been out that long. And now they're like, hey, we got the PS6 already in development. I just need them to just like skip ahead and go to the PlayStation commercial from the early 2000s where you had the PS9 and it was just like a crystal ball that you could touch and you're just automatically gaming. Just go straight there. Just go straight there. Don't keep going to like 7, 8. Just go straight to 9. Just go straight to 9. 2028 is the cutoff here. Yeah. Mook said PS3 is about to be extinct. Yep. Tippy said, well, make it cheap then. The greedy individuals. Shooter said, I got my Series X with the disc. Yeah, same here. I got the disc version of the Series X. I just didn't get the disc version of the PlayStation 5. I went digital because I'm like, it's whatever, Judah said, looks like gaming computer time to shine. But see, this is the problem with the like the PC master race, right? The craziest thing is that, a lot of the folks that are primarily PC for the longest time possible, they always state how great PC is and that everybody just needs to leave console and come to PC. But I'm like, PC is toxic. PC is horribly racist and it's toxic. And it's like, for me, at least when it deals with consoles, kids playing, they got a little bit of a safety net. They got a little bit of a barrier. There is no barrier once you get on PC and you're getting into like these chats or these discords or whatnot. None of these kids got any types of safety nets or barriers when it deals with the mouths of like grown adults out here. Like there's nothing. Like at least at one moment in time, let's say like the 360 era, if somebody wanted to be like racist towards like a kid, or one of those dudes wanted to start like talking crazy, like you would have other dudes there that'll just like tell the other dude to like shut up. They will, in a sense, move the energy towards them, which is the right thing to sit up there and do. When it deals with PC, that's not going to be happening. It's not going to be happening. It's going to be looking like the Wild Wild West, like it was in 360. The only difference is you're not going to really have good guys out there, quote unquote. And then on top of that, it's like now everybody is doing the same thing. I'm like, that's boring. Like I said, at least when it's like PC and consoles, like everybody's able to do different things, it's a whole different experience and everything of the sort. Once you now have everybody directly on PC, it's like now everybody's doing the same thing. It's like walking around and seeing everybody have Jordans. It's like, really, it's like nothing different, no type of style, no type of like individuality, no nothing. It's like pretty much the same parts, same boards, same towers, same problems that everybody's having with trying to play the game. With console, PC would normally have problems. Like I think what was it, Battlefield, Arkham, and Crisis. Those games were collapsing PCs. Now, when it came to console, it was completely fine. So, like I said, consoles are needed for me. Still said, glad I'm old enough to have offline games and systems. That's true. That's true. The money said you'll own nothing and love it. Yep. Third said I'm buying as many PS4s and PS5s physical copies as I can, and going to have to wait. gonna have to last me the next 10 years or so. Shan was like, welcome to Skynet. Yep. Yo, Monster, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? Slick said, I'm mentally ready to live in a sci-fi movie. Yeah, I'm ready for sword art, online type of style where it's like you got the headset and you can just, go play a game, an MMO in Unreal 6. Like I'm ready for that. Like I said, we already technically got the graphics to do it. There's a lot of hyper realistic games out there. So we have we have the potential to do a lot of this stuff. It would just take them a long time to do it. I think didn't they say for the sword art game that they had with the anime, I think they said it was like that was a game like 10 years in the making or some shit, or something like that. I think it was thinking about the anime. I forgot how it worked, but yeah, like I said, there's going to be some company directly up out there, and they're going to do something never before seen, and it's going to blow everybody out. It's going to cause a shock to the gaming world, and then that's going to switch the tides. It's going to switch the tides. Kevin, what is up? You said they lost me after PS2. I'm old and television guy. I got you. Old school. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I love PS2. I miss a lot of games off of there. Still Wing said PS3 is at Goodwill computer stores. Slick said I'm okay with PS1 and GameCube. Yep. Somebody said Bocor Lennar. I don't even know what that is. Mook said, yep. Anywhere. Third said I'm holding on to my disc PS5 as long as I can. No PS6. I put it to you like this. The moment in time that the PS6 drops, I would not be too surprised if Sony starts pulling stuff within the first 5 months. They start, swapping stuff off of the PS4. Because by that time, I give it about a good few months that the PS6 is out, they're going to start trying to sundown the PS4. Because like I said, Sony's not trying to have it split 3 ways. And if they got to do it like Apple to force people onto the PS5 or the PS6, they're going to sit up there and do it. Mook said I got both. Monster said PlayStation just announced PS3 and PlayStation Vita stores are closing down in July 2027. So I'm finna cop all the games. Yeah, people better run out to GameStop. That's probably the best way to sit up there and do it. Mook said Xbox/PS5. Kevin said Microsoft has too many updates. No. It's so if you're in, I put it to you like this because I'm in the Omega update. I think I would have to go back and check. If you're in the alpha update of the Insiders program, you're going to have a lot of updates. Depending on what Insiders program part that you're on, you're going to receive a lot of updates. So if you're not in the program, you're not going to have a lot of updates at all. It's going to be, major update that's going to sit up there and happen, and maybe a few in between. Now, for me being on the Insiders program for all of these years, I will have, frequent updates, maybe weekly or something like that, But usually those updates happen around like 4, 5, or maybe 6 a.m., which is not bad. Normally people aren't even gaming, at that time. So it's bearable, So it's it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Still Wing said, I haven't finished my GameCube collection. Like I said, it's always time. Somebody said, rent your capitalism. Be like that. Shem said, until you gotta buy $5,000 graphics card. Yeah, and that's the whole other thing that I like consoles for. It's like I can deal with this for like 10 years and I'm not spending thousands of dollars trying to, upgrade my PC. I'm not having to worry about RAM or any of these, other types of things. If everybody had to get on PC, like, yo, it's gonna be terrible for the consumer. Because now they can just gouge and they can just do whatever it is that they want because they can, because everybody just has to deal with it. Like I said, it's not going to be as great as a lot of the PC Master Race folks try to make it seem to be. Mook said, yep, already in development. Crazy. Like, I barely know how to work my PS5. Yeah, like, the craziest part is, well, also due to the fact that I don't really use it, I still technically stumble going through the menus every now and again. Like it's almost like riding a bike, but it's like if you ain't been on that bike in like 60 years, it's like, all right, my balance ain't really there. Like, like I said, it's crazy. Still said PC is full of racist, cheating hackers with no skill play. Yeah, and that's the other thing I don't like about PC. PC is rampant with cheaters, but have the PC master race tell it, they'll be like, oh no, it's cheating on both sides. Sounds real familiar, doesn't it? So, like I said, it's crazy. The only existence that I've ever known of cheaters are PC. And then later came console. Because you had people on PC that was like, all right, I'll get a console, but I need to be able to develop cheats and whatnot or whatever and do the same thing I do on PC on console. Like I said, like originally, console really didn't have cheats. Like the only cheats that you had were the ones that were programmed directly into the game, right? Or maybe let's say if you had a Game Shark, right? If you had a handheld console or stuff like that. But that was more so for single player games and whatnot or whatever. But yeah, like I said, especially if you're dealing with shooters, oh yeah, it's filled with cheaters. Like I said, Call of Duty, if you're around during the time of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, yeah. Modern Warfare 2 and 3, straight boosting lobbies. Full of people back in the day. See, the younger kids don't know about this. Used to have people with J tags, which were basically fake gamer tags that they could use in order to get beyond, like bans, and so that they could have the highest level prestige and have everything unlocked and all this other type of stuff, like booster accounts. Like I said, it was crazy. I'm like, this don't make no sense. And then the weirdest part about it is you would have all of these clowns with these cheater accounts, and then they'd be like, yeah, I got a boosted account, but I decided to sit up there and go about it the real way by leveling up. And I'm like, it don't matter. It's like you done already took the fun directly out of it. You got everything. Why are you now be like, all right, I'm done with that. I'm going to do it like everybody. Nah, go back to being a cheater. Like they would always sit up there and say in a Sword Art online, he's a beater. It's like, yeah, like no, you just a straight cheater. It's like don't be acting like you're doing some official stuff now. Third said we are EMP blast away from the internet being gone forever. Yep. I'm pretty sure like the EMP thing that'll happen once, pretty much all of America is hooked on everything digital and we're away from anything dealing with gas and normal cars. That's probably when that's going to happen. Let me see. I don't say Katie Craig. I want to see this one. What? I don't even know what that is. Slick said those white kids talk crazy. Yeah, they do. Still said EA PC play is trash because of racist hackers. I believe it. Third said PC gamers are the reason why companies believe they can make us go digital. Yep. Shout out to Steam. Rabbit said this climate change heat was making my Nintendo Switch overheat. Oh, that's crazy. Mook said no fun. Yep. Tippy said I never did the Cyberpunk world. Third said there was a Sword Art game coming out in a few months. Yeah, there is. Yep. Yes, there is. Monza says, speaking of Sword Art, Echoes of Arachne comes out on July 10th. Yep. They got a demo up there for the game. Well, I'm not sure if it's on PlayStation, but they got a free demo up there on Xbox. So I mean, y'all could probably check on PlayStation or PC if it's up there. If you play the demo, you can level up to 15, and then that character and that data will transfer over to the full game. Still said I go back to the original Unreal PC games and Unreal Tournament. Got them all. They're supposed to be working on a brand new Unreal. I'm not sure when is it going to come out. It'll probably come out with the newer systems like the I was gonna say Project Natal. Scorpio. My brain is going back. It'll be out with Helix probably when that comes out. Rabbit says Sword Art Online, the anime game where the girl has a crush on her own brother. Yep. I think that was like the second season when they were like fairies or something like that, or the third season. I forgot which one. Monster said Insiders Hub is like cutting in front of the line of the club every once in a blue moon. That's facts. Like I said, being able to get a lot of the newer updates and everything, yes, it's pretty dope. And then trying out certain games as well too, pretty dope. Third said, and here I am trading. Almost traded my PS4 games in a few days ago before the PlayStation news dropped. Thank goodness I didn't do it. Yeah, luckily. So hopefully anybody else out there that got a PS3 or a PS4, don't trade in none of your stuff. Start buying. Create you a library. Start scouring the web, for a variety of games and whatnot. Those are going to be worth a lot of money. A lot of money. Like I said, this is going to be like the new age, just like how Nintendo and Super Nintendo games are worth a lot of money. That's what's going to happen to like the 360, PS3, and stuff like that. Slick said, man, I'm playing NFL Streets 2 on GameCube, and the game is harder than I remember. Yeah, it'd be like that. It's like, it almost seems like when you were younger, things were a little bit easier. It's like now we get older, it's like, yo, what's happening? I'm getting cheated. That's like going back and playing Def Jam Vendetta. It ain't going to feel the same. It's not going to feel the same. Slick said, I never played PS5 yet. Okay, I got you. Still said Goodwill Computer Store is cheaper than GameStop. They have new unopened games from Target and Walmart for a few dollars. Oh, that's crazy. Didn't know that. Did not know that. Slick said, man, I remember Game Shark. Yep. Third said PS4 has Save Wizard, but you need a PC and a subscription to use the cheat engine to mod your PS4 saves. Monty said also Steam Machine. What's your thoughts? $1049 for a system, $1,100 for a bundle controller, 512 gigs, 1,300 plus platform only, and 1,400 plus for the bundle controller and 2 terabytes. Yeah, that's that whole thing is ridiculous. I'll just be honest. That whole thing with the Steam Machine is ridiculous. I feel like they shot themselves in the foot with that price point, but I get it because it's a mini gaming PC. But the craziest part with how it is that they're trying to charge for it is the fact that it's not even powerful than a normal PS5. That's the craziest part. You would have thought that with all of the time that Steam had to create this machine, it was going to be some type of graphical monstrosity that was going to topple the current gen systems, and it's in a sense weaker than a PS5. That's crazy to me. And then you're going to charge this astronomical price. And this is why I would just tell people, I'm like, yo, if you, instead of getting a Steam machine, just get you a PS5. Just get you a PS5. Get you a PS5 or a Series X. Because like these prices are egregious. And then on top of that, if you get a PS5, you can go online and you can upgrade your memory. They literally have memory that you can upgrade and hook directly into your your PS5. Like like I said, they just greedy. Yo, Shauna, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. How are you doing? Third said the demo's on PS5 as well. Okay. All right. D Money said get you a disc cleaner as well. That's true. What is it? Smooth. Oh, it's something else talking about Trump. What is it? Dex said, can anybody tell me the name of the artist of the song that was at the beginning of this video? Oh, that was AI. That's what that was. That's what that was. It was not an actual artist at all. I did put some words directly in there though, but yeah. Like I said, that's pretty much only for the whole thing dealing with anything Haitian news, Haitian related when it deals with disrespect. So, as I would normally state to a lot of people here, any of the videos that you were able to see me cover directly in this live stream, we will have that in single format of videos that may be anywhere from 7 to 15 minutes long, on the platform. So you'll more than likely hear that song directly again. Kevin said Def Jam was my game. Yeah, Def Jam, it was a dope game. Dope game. Let me see. Shauna said just came from the doctor. Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully everything is all right. Monta said a mid-tier PC / GameCube that can't even play Grand Theft Auto 6 is cooked. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna. I don't even know how. I mean, I guess Grand Theft Auto will probably play. It should. I mean, if it's roughly somewhere at the place of a PS5, it should be able to, in a sense, work. So, what is it? Black Panther said save it for Black Friday to have a backup disc version of PS5 or PS5 Pro with a disc attachment. That's true. That's true. That's true. Sham said, I'm being bullied by Mickey Seiji. I think it's time to eat. Oh yeah, whenever the cats like start getting automatically in your face and start trying to like bum rush you and just be there staring at you. Yep. The craziest part is I ran across a video earlier on TikTok where it was this little girl and her cat at the dinner table, and the dad was narrating how the cat is always. Do I have that video? I almost want to show her. If I have that video, I'll actually play it. I don't think I actually. I don't think I actually took it. Yeah, I don't think I did. I'll probably show it at like a different time, but that video was funny. Like the way that the dad was narrating, and then the cat and the little girl sat up there and looked at each other. That was hilarious. I'm like that timing, like that. That was just wild. That was wild. Like I said, this is why I love animals. Animals are hilarious. Animals are hilarious. Shem was like, I wish my cat would get on the dinner table. No. The cat wasn't on the dinner table. It was sitting in the chair, just like the little girl, and it was waiting to be fed. Let me see. What else? Tippy said Def Jam is cool, but I wish it could be more like GTA free roam, but new cribs, cars, own a business, and etc. I mean, well, Tippy, you might have a lot of the stuff that you mentioned in Grand Theft Auto 6. So the main thing I said before when it deals with Grand Theft Auto, like we'll have Grand Theft Auto November, and then you'll have November, December to January. I'm guessing somewhere in January or February is when they'll drop the online. Because I think what they're going to try to do is to get a good number, a good grasp on how many people are going to be online by the sales and by the amount of players that basically show up when they log in to play the game and everything of the sort. So I guess once they get a grasp on that, they can figure out how they'll do the server situation. Because let me tell you, if people have never seen a server slam before, it's going to be a server slam. It is going to be horrible trying to log in and get online. Let me tell you, you would have thought that you were looking at the real world. It's going to be bad. It's like, yo, I've been through some instances day one trying to play some games like Diablo 4, Call of Duties, Battlefields, and everything of the sort, and it took all day to maybe the next day to try to actually get in and play the game. And then once you get in, you get booted because there's so many people. There's so much rubber banding connections and what. Like I said, it's going to be hectic. I automatically assume that it is going to be a bad time for people to try to get online. Now, the other thing that may be problematic is people trying to play Grand Theft Auto day one. The best thing that Rockstar can do is a week in advance allow people to basically download the greater majority of the game, and then the last few megabytes, that'll be what they need to basically jump directly on the game. But I think when I looked it up, I think Grand Theft Auto was about 200 or 300 gigs initially. So like I said before, hopefully people out there will have space or buy an extra hard drive so they can push games directly over. Like, it's going to be something. Like I said, and depending on how successful Grand Theft Auto is, and like I said, that's going to be a heavy type of game when it deals with the space. You're going to have more games that are going to be even heavier when it deals with that. Like I said, one of the most graphical games that I, in a sense, played at the moment, and that was back on Xbox One. I'm trying to remember the name of this game. Oh my goodness. Because it had the guy that was in Resident Evil and he was in John. It was called Quantum Break. That's what it was. On Xbox One, there was a game called Quantum Break. and it was one of the games that I feel that really tried to push the Xbox One graphically. That game over time, I think it ended up being about like a good 200 or 300 gigs, but that was like over time with updates and different stuff of that nature. It was already heavy initially, but yeah. It's going to be a wild time for these newer games that come out on Unreal 5 and Unreal 6 because they're going to require a lot of space, and that's how they're going to start to get people. But that's also why I stated before, a lot of these systems need to start making modular systems where you can go in and actually easily just take out stuff that you don't need anymore and replace. Like I said, you know, I like modular stuff. Tibby said, I don't know why y'all hyped about the game. The protagonists are not black people. It should be a black couple. I mean, like I said, it's the main game that everybody's playing on this. Is going to be the biggest game this side of the century. I'll be a part of it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. There's only so few rare times that you can actually experience hype, in a sense like this. So, hey, like I said, I was there for like the Halo 3s, the Modern Warfares, Smash Brother, Killer Instinct, different stuff like that. So, D Money said Rockstar said that they will allow early downloads. That was the smartest move that they could do. That was the smartest move that they could do. Third said bottlenecking while trying to log on. Yep. Let me see. I feel, but let the crime games be for the Wonder Bread community. We got enough problems, LOL. Timmy was like, true, thank you. Like I said, it's going to be something. It is going to be a very, very interesting time. Matter of fact, is that a Quantum Break picture that I'm looking at? Matter of fact, I just realized that somebody on my friends list actually has the image of one of the dude from Quantum Break. And the craziest part is I didn't realize up until later that he had a brother. He had a twin brother that looks exactly like him. If y'all don't know who I'm talking about, you would have to look up Jimmy Olsen from the Smallville. No. He wasn't on Smallville. What was that dude on? I forgot what TV show that he was on. I remember the TV show, but I can't even list it right now, and it's gonna get to me. It's going to get to me. Third said Xbox canceled. Sean Ashmore. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That dude got a twin brother that looked just like. I'm like, you gotta be. I'm like, y'all look just alike. I'm like, I know it was y'all could just do anything back when y'all was younger. Like y'all be swapping girlfriends because y'all look just alike. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Like I said, crazy work. What was it? Third said, I doubt it if Rockstar will pick it up. I mean, the Blade game, that's it'd be like that. Right now at this moment, supposedly there's talks of potentially State of Decay 3 being up in the air at this moment, which for me I find to be stupid. If anything, they need to allow Undead Labs to finish that game and to push that game directly out. And then allow us some time and see where it's going to sit up there and go, and then from there I guess figure something out. It makes no sense to have something that's basically walking at this moment in time, because like I've watched one of the YouTubers that I watch a lot, Brian Maynard, and he is in a sense one of the community leaders when it deals with like State of Decay, and he showed off about an hour or two of footage of State of Decay 3. I'm impressed. Like that is a game that I can sit up there and tell you that I'll pre-order. I'll be on that day one, if they allow it to, make it directly to the people. Like I said, I finished State of Decay 2. I love State of Decay 2. If anybody has not played State of Decay 2, I would recommend you try that game directly out. It's very fun. If you like zombies and different stuff like that, it's a fun game. Either by yourself or with friends. I would just tell you to be very careful even playing on normal, because you may lose the character that you started off with, because it happened to me. You know. Tippy says, speaking of games, what happened to Blade? You know, a lot of things were up in the air. The only thing that we saw of Blade was pretty much a trailer for the longest time possible. Never got any gameplay. So, you know, that's probably a done deal. You know, Kevin said, is the Steam Deck worth getting right now? That price has shot up. I would have said that if it was before, if it was like last year or something like that, when the prices were cheaper, when it was like 600 or something, I would have said, yeah, you know, sit up there and get that or whatnot. But right now, I say wait until a holiday like Cyber Monday or Black Friday. Like, don't sit up there and hyper put money directly on something that's, you know, pushed to an exorbitant amount of money, which is not even necessary. Like I said, Steam was the same ones that was like, hey, we're not going to be able to make any more Steam Decks because we don't got the parts. And then they brought back out the Steam Deck and made more, and then they wanted to supercharge it by $300+. That's crazy. Like I said, just wait until, you know, Black Friday, because that'll be the main thing. Because they know that if a lot of people really want it, they're going to pay the exorbitant fees. And then once Black Friday or Cyber Monday comes up, they're going to knock it probably down by like 250, close to 300, basically back to the original price, to make it seem like it's a deal, and really it's not. But, you know, chose to say Animorphs. That's a classic show I like. Warehouse 13, that's another good show too. Monster says Steady K3 is a day one cop whenever they drop the release. Yep. And on top of that, if I am correct, because I think Undead Labs is a part of Xbox, that would and should be a day one on Xbox. Because State of Decay is not on PlayStation, if I remember correctly. You know, Rhonda Clark said, you Haitians are getting what you deserve. Mm. Mm. Let me see. Yo, we got Brandy the World directly in the lobby. I said lobby in the chat. Yo, what is up, man? What is going on? I take you must be either at home or you at work. I know the chat is probably delayed at this moment. And man, it's probably at home or at work. Also giving another shout out to close to the 8K people that pulled up to the video I posted. And again, I will, you know, take out time and try to get through to some of your guys' comments that are not showing directly up. And also shout out to one of the new members, Miko. What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to you, and much love, respect, and appreciation for the support towards the channel for becoming a member. And also shout out to Be Fearless that said that I'm definitely subscribing to you. You are on point, and much respect. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Dang, this man said I'm heading to work. Woo! Man. On the road again, on the road. Let me tell you. Monty said there was some speaking on how these companies fake the funk on RAM shortages just to shoot up the prices on Xbox and PlayStation consoles as well as PC. Of course, yeah, because they know if they, you know, if there's a huge, you know, demand for it, they could just short the supply and they could just push up the price and people are going to buy because that's what they want or need, or because of the whole thing of FOMO, you know, and things of that nature. You know. Let me tell you. Not to interject into the conversation there, but trying to stay positive, you know, and keep a you know, a level head no matter how things look, you know, whatnot. Things may be a little bit tough at this moment in time, but you will persevere and make it directly through. You know. Brand of World said they just started up a lawsuit for 3 main manufacturers of RAM. Like I said, I wouldn't be too surprised. I would not be too surprised. Like I said, hopefully that lawsuit, goes directly through, so that the companies will, learn a lesson. It's probably going to take a minute for it to actually go through because they'll, you know, try to hinder and do this and do that. But like I said, a lot of these companies they tend to do that when they have the power and the ability to, and especially when they think that the consumer is stupid and can't pay attention to anything. So, like I said, shout out to those folks who's going directly into that lawsuit and going after said companies. You know, trying to say thank you, Sechi. Hey, no problem. I got you. Like I said, we at the channel, we got you. We see you. You are part of the family. You know. Monster says State of Decay 3 has been announced for PS5. If you've seen Xbox Showcase, okay, so it's on PS5. Okay. I mean, it can still be on PS5, but that don't mean it won't be like a day one type of exclusive thing because we got Gears and we have State of Decay 3. I remember they did say that that'll be there. Because in a sense, like the same thing like Call of Duty. Like even if we had Call of Duty on Game Pass, you still had PlayStation. You still had to pay in order to play it. You know, um, but the newer Call of Duty is going to be off of Game Pass though, because that was the sacrifice that they did in order to, quote unquote, lessen the price directly of it. Which again, I'm fine directly with that. Like I said, it brought down the price. Now if Xbox would have brought that price down back to $20, ooh, that would have been Christmas. That's, let me tell you, that would have been Christmas for a lot of people. Like I said, how easy it would be to just pay that up real quick for like a whole year. Insane. Insane. Black said the Haitians got the wrong menu. It was meant for the South African whites. Let me see. Sham said thanks at Monson. Thank you at Seji. And thank Tippy. It won't let me at you for some reason. Oh, maybe because it was like too many ats. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what it was. Possibly. Still said this is the second time those Korean companies did the price scam. Samsung is paying millions in fines and made billions. Yeah, it'd be like that. It was like, hey, do we want to really try to put out the thing that we need to put out, or will we rather take a hit with paying fines, but still come out with billions? They were like, I will take the fine. It'd be like that. Brandon V. World said, what shot me was Fable is on PS5. Hey, I mean, well, you know what? We'll see how things will end up because everything is not finite. So we'll see by the time when everything is fully out on its due date, what's going to sit up there and happen. Because remember, PlayStation been doing some crazy moves where they was like, we're taking off, a lot of our games because Xbox is going to have the Steam store and we want everything to be first party and people to only be able to play it here, and that's going to make them buy a PlayStation and rah 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 rah, all of that type of stuff. Brandon World said it's not an exclusive to Xbox. Monza said Gears E-Day is exclusive on day one. Shem was like, I don't want to check out Pragmata, the game. It looks pretty nice. Oh, you say you do? Yeah, Pragmata, it looks dope. It does look dope. I think at one point that was one of the games I did want to get. And I just forgot about it. I honestly just forgot about it. Third said I would have gotten Fable if it had character creation. You know what? The funniest thing is I feel as though that they changed some stuff with Fable because when you look at the newer trailer or the gameplay trailer they put out, it wasn't that girl that everybody complained about. That was not the person that they were showcasing. They showcased all of these other characters that were going through the maps and using weapons and fighting enemies and whatnot. Originally, when Fable was announced, you saw that one main girl up there, the biracial girl that was, the front of Fable. And people were mad. And I guess because of that, they decided to switch gears on that. Mont said Pragmata has a demo out on PS5 and Xbox, whichever you have at Sham. Sham said, I got everything right now, LOL. Ah. Monza said that Fable, the new Fable, it does have character creation. Oh, okay, so that makes sense why they were showing, different characters fighting and going through the game and whatnot. So that makes sense now. Yep, Brandon World said it does have character creation as well too. Rhonda said, "Yes, hold your own nuts. We are tired of ungrateful people." Oh, she's on the early part of the live stream. She's up there probably like 3+ hours ago. Because I'm like, what is she talking about? And then I had to realize looking at the comment. Sam said, I don't know. I wasn't in the mood for playing too much, so I played this farming life game on Steam. Yeah, Sham been no life in that bad boy. Let me tell you. Let me tell you the hours that are racked up at this moment in time. I feel like with the amount of hours that you got on there, Sham, that you like perfected that game and got every achievement. I feel like you got like every achievement with the amount of hours that you'd have put into that game. Third said, if it has character creation, I will look into it. Representation matters. Yeah, like I said, I get that. I do get that. Certain games, I get to the point where it's like I don't even care. I just want to play the game. You know. And then I also got used to the fact of like, going back to PlayStation and PlayStation 2, there was really no type of representation for, like black characters or whatnot. So it is what it is. So if you play, like Maximo or Medieval, Ape Escape, Dino Crisis. I mean, Zach was there, but he technically wasn't there because he wasn't a playable character. Um, Resident Evil and so on and so on. I don't know. At certain times, I'm like, yeah, I would love to sit up there and see representation. Other times, I'm like, I just want to play. Just want to sit up there and play sometimes. But I will sit up there and say, anytime I play Dynasty Warriors, if I caught anybody up there that had like a tan, that's the character I'm playing as. It's just, that's the character I'm playing as. Sham was like, LOL, I got like 4 mil in the game right now, and yes, I have a ton of achievements in it. I bet you do. And Sham, I bet you didn't start that brand new season of Diablo. Let me tell you, it is tough out here in these Diablo streets. Never in my life, since like the first or the second season, have I died so many times going through like a hell type and trying to level up. I think but I gotta cut my game back on real quick because I had it on before I was doing like the live stream. So if I check, I gotta log in real quick. Where's my character at? I gotta wait for this to actually load up. It's taking a little bit to log in. I think I made it to almost about 70, if I'm correct. Oh no, I'm sorry. I made it past. So I'm Paragon like 19 right now. Um I've never struggled so hard since like the first 2 seasons of just starting Diablo and trying to understand like builds and stuff like that. We are well into a whole brand new season, and the way of which defense works, it's like it like when I sit up there and tell you it's crazy out here. You still got people that are at 70. I see, what am I looking at? I see somebody that's like level 70 Paragon 145 still playing on Pentient. Now, normally, by the time you're in like the 120s, you could probably hit about Torment, 2 or 3 or something like that. You got Paragon 143 still in Pentient. That tells you a lot right there. Tells you a lot right there. What was it? Let me see. Monster said Dragon's Dogma 2 has an update coming. No more single save slots. Along with DLC coming in October, it's going to be fire. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. I was talking to some people about that. I did hear about that. Who was that? Somebody said, "Why do the blacks play video games all day?" What? you must forget who are the main folks that's on who are the PC master race. You must forget who that population is. It's not the blacks. Sham said, "Nope, I didn't start it yet." What was it? Third said, "In my opinion, there's no excuse for 90% of today's gamers to not have character creation." Oh no, that's 1,000%, 1,000%. Sham said, "What happened in Diablo?" It's the defense. They swapped up how the defense is. In a sense, like it's tougher. You're gonna feel more like a glass character at this moment, because the craziest part is at this moment, crazy enough, I got my weapon damage to about 3K originally. It took me a minute to get my weapon damage directly up there. I mean, all of my stuff gear wise is about like 850 at this moment. Of course, got to get it to like 9 or whatever, and whatnot. But also in this season, any and everything can also become a mythic. So that's the other major change that they did as well too, along with some class ability tuning and different stuff of that nature. Somebody said, "Where's my DoorDash?" I'm highly confused. So we just got some random trolls in there. Sham was like, "LOL, I believe I heard they made Lilith harder." I wouldn't be too surprised because I was able to go through and solo Lilith myself with the build that I have from the previous season. Let me see. Monza said, "Ninja, what? The blacks is where?" Yeah, I don't know, that the other person had to be a troll. Sham said, "Oh man, that's what I went." Oh, you talking about a sorcerer? Yeah, I went back and just started up a warlock because I wanted to see if I could, do what I did before. Ooh, that was that was tough. And then on top of that, you got portals. Like when I tell you that you can go into a Helltide, and then you could have 2 portals that are there because of like the new season and the enemies that flood in from that. Yo, it's insane. Like I said, if I had the build from the previous season, I would be able to wipe the floor with a lot of the stuff that is in a sense here. I'm almost tempted to go back and play my other character to try him out in this season to see how that build would in a sense do, because that character I got him by myself solo to Torment 12. I sat up there and got him all the way to Torment 12. But yeah, I did not beat Mephisto though. That's one thing that did not happen that last season. I was close to, doing some damage, but I needed to hit more. Needed to hit more. Tibby said, what's the next video, Seji? Technically nothing at this moment. Nothing at this moment. Sham said, "LOL, I could solo almost all of those bosses. I'm sure I still can." You also said, "I'm gonna start a warlock when I get used to the changes because warlocks tend to be squishy." I mean, yeah, the other problem with the warlock is how the abilities work when you're moving. Sometimes it'll pause and you gotta start doing your hands like Doctor Strange to do a move. Like I said, it takes too much time, and a few seconds could be life or death. So that's why, I just swapped to, certain moves and whatnot. What was it? Shan was like, I was farming Mephisto with my Sork. Yeah, that's because the Sork was busted. Y'all had like the whole thing doing like lightning orbs and whatnot or whatever. Y'all was able to get up to like level 87 on the orbs. The highest I even got on my warlock was my my ultimate. I got it to like level 45, I want to say. But that still technically wasn't enough. even, you know, with all of that and some extra stuff that I had, I was still looking for a mythic seal that I could just so happen to use. Wasn't able to, you know, get that yet. I'm still looking for some other seals here on top of what is it called? It ain't like the relics. Let me look on here. Yeah, because I got a gold Heraldric seal. I'm looking for um the charms. So now I'm trying to look for the set charms because I know that's what I need in order to help push my damage directly up. Let me see. Tippy said you said you wanted to show us a video of a Cuban guy saying something dumb. Nah, no. Wait, I don't remember that, Tippy. I don't remember that, Tippy. Sham said I need to build a USB hub for my PC. I'm running out of ports too, because I use this thing for school and gaming. Oh yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, that will happen. That is understandable. Yeah, yes, indeed, that will happen. That will happen. Tippy said, "Yes, you did. I remember you said it." Tippy, that's where you be bringing up a whole bunch of random stuff. Let me tell you something. You said somebody that was Cuban. I have no Cuban videos up here, Tippy. Or I might have been referencing something from like a previous live stream, but yeah, I don't got nothing with no Cubans up here. I don't got nothing with no Cubans. I do got some other videos that I'll probably pair up a little bit later. When I make the solo videos and whatnot, I'll probably do that. I do also got a video of this Haitian woman sitting up there crying, talking about TPS as well too. But yeah, Tim was like, "Fine, what's the next video?" This woman, Shem was like, "Did you see how much them M4 sticks cost?" Oh yeah. I think I looked on Amazon and Newegg. Yeah, it costs a lot. It's you got to sit up there and be giving away family members. It's getting to the point for like a lot of these PC parts. You're gonna have a lot of people doing something strange for some PC parts. that's what's gonna be happening out here with these prices. That is clear cut what is gonna be happening. D Money was like, "Is Tippy Park Cuban?" I wonder. Monta said, "Only Musha way to Sora looking like heat." It is, yeah, that's true. Release date got pushed 3 weeks ahead earlier for September 4th instead of 20th. Yeah, they trying to make sure to get that out and have a little bit of time before Grand Theft Auto. Because, like I said, a lot of people in the gaming industry, they are holding their breaths at this moment in time because they're trying to figure out if they're going to just bite the bullet and bring out their games now before Grand Theft Auto or try to bring it out after. And for me, unless you don't really care or you got major confidence directly in whatever game that you have, I mean, you could try to bring it out. I feel like that's a death sentence. I feel like your best bet is to try to push your game towards, you know, a July, you know, August, you know, October type of deal. I mean, yeah, September and whatnot. But yeah, anywhere during those months, that'll be your best bet to sit up there and bring out a game. The closer it gets to Grand Theft Auto, the worse it's going to be. Because like I said, for at least that whole month and a half, well, actually, no, more than that, because you're going to have people that are going to be playing it in November, and then you're going to have the Christmas folks that are going to get Grand Theft Auto as a gift, you know, then or whatnot or whatever. Same thing that would normally happen with Call of Duty or all of these, you know, shooters. You'll have the Thanksgiving people, and then you'll have the Christmas people, and then the Johnny Come Latelys, which will be the New Year's, right? So people are going to be talking about Grand Theft Auto and playing it for a minute. You're going to see a lot of content creators either showcasing a story or a lot of different stuff, you know, about the game. Like I said, there's going to be tons of content there for people to talk about and to, you know, go directly through. Tippy said, "Park Cuban, me, LOL." What was it? Third said, "I'm waiting on Onimusha as well too." You know, the crazy part is the one I'm actually psyched about is Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. That was my very first Onimusha game to actually play. That was my first one. That's the one I'm actually waiting to get back. D Money said, I got these cheeseburgers, man, for PC parts is wild work. Yeah. Like I said, it's going to be like what was the quote that from Bob Saget when he was I think it was in a church. Somebody know what I'm talking about. I ain't about to say that line, but somebody know what I'm talking about. That was a crazy line coming from that dude. And I think it was like a show or a skit or something like that. Like I said, that was wild. What was it? Monza said, I need an M4 heatsink for my PS5. It cost me half of my rent money, especially the 2 terabyte. Yeah, what dog? That's nothing. Look at what PlayStation was bringing out. I think it was like 3 or 8K or something like that for what was it, like a 3 or 8 terabyte? It was something wild. It was thousands of dollars. I'm like, PlayStation lost their minds. Ain't nobody buying that unless it's like a whale that just got money and they don't know what to do with it. You know? Third says September and October is going to get everyone's pockets. Yes. Yep. There's a lot of games down the line that are coming out in 1 month. I'm like, oh, this is what we're doing. Y'all trying to rob me right now. Hold on, y'all trying to rob me. I'm like, I need to get a credit card real quick. You know, so many games coming out. Monza said, Merry Xmas game case with a digital Willy Wonka ticket is diabolical. Yeah. Tippy says, Seji, I figured it would be D Money asking if I'm parking. Shem was like, I was looking at getting a 20 terabyte external, but they want 838 for it. Yeah. Yeah. Now, this is what I would tell you to probably do, Shem. What you could probably do is per each month, you could put away on like a debit card or something like that, a rechargeable card or whatnot. Let's say if it's like a Coinbase, Robinhood, or whatever card, right? Some card where you don't got to worry about like extra fees or whatnot or whatever. Put about 150 or whatever per month directly there. So then by the time that Cyber Monday, Purple Thursday, or Black Friday come up, you can then catch it on like a deal and you pretty much already got the money, you know, directly for it. So it won't seem like such like a big hassle to like, I got to drop all this money right now. You already got it, you know, just sitting there, you know, to make it a little bit easier. Third said I played them all, even the 2D1. Tibby said, yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Tibby. Yeah. Yep. That is the line, Tibby. Yes, it is. It's crazy how Tippy's just Tippy and being on IG. Let me tell you something. Black said I still got Onimusha Dawn of Dreams strategy guide. Yep. I remember playing that bad boy on PS2. That was one, like I said, one of my favorite games. I remember the Stone Sword and a few other ones. I remember beating the game and I was able to automatically just use the black Oni form and just go through and just defeat the enemies and the bosses. I was hyped. I was so hyped for that. I was hyped. Wait, what did D-Love say? Is that laughing? I'm not even sure what that is. Is that duct tape? I see like the smiley face does not have lips at this moment. Shem was like, yeah, I was thinking that too, because the price of these are inflated. They only worth about $200. Yeah. That's what I was talking to somebody about before when it dealt with the hard drive that I got a few years back. It was like a 2 terabyte, a 1 to 2 terabyte, and I got it for about $53. And now when I went on Amazon, the exact same place I got it, that bad boy is $100+. I'm like, brother, no. So I'm like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, that's not worth all of that. I'm like, and this is the same hard drive from a few years back. If anything, it should have went down in price because now y'all got these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 terabyte drives, which I get it. Y'all gonna, put up the price directly for those, but it's crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. Black was like, start selling your plasma. That's crazy. Dawn of Dreams was the 2-player joint, right? I'm not sure if it was 2-player. That I am not sure. I'm not sure if it was 2-player. I knew it was single player, but I'm not sure if it was 2-player. Sham was like, it's the chipset. When the manufacturers dropped out to make parts for the data centers, it caused the other parts to inflate. Monster said, about to start slinging packs of cookies for Girl Scouts. You thought I was going to say drugs, D. This man. That's crazy. TB said, LOL, still on IG, still looking at. Oh, my goodness. Sham is about to take your phone, Tippy. She is about to take your phone. Let me tell you something. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't even know that the person sitting up there talking crazy right there. D Love sitting up there laughing at Tippy, and Tippy talking about say the quote. No, I ain't saying that quote, Tippy. I'm not you, Tippy. I'm not saying that quote. Nope. Not doing that. Shan was like, she on that white man's internet again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like I said, if Tippy was ever a female game streamer, it would just be terrible. The conversations that Tippy would be having all over the place. It would just be all the way off the rails. Not even about gaming anymore. It's just like it's terrible. It is terrible. D Love up here laughing. Shan was like, she then ran off to the other channel too, so I don't see it. Timmy be sitting up here swapping channels. Timmy said, actually, the men are black. That's crazy. That's crazy. Timmy sitting up here swapping channels so she don't get caught. That's wild. Shada said, I mean, you had said worse, maybe. Wait, you talking about me? Wait, have I? I don't think. Wait, have I? Maybe I have. Maybe I have. But yeah, that Bob Saget line, I ain't doing that one though. I ain't doing that one. D-Money said Tippy wouldn't do anything but push virgin propaganda. Oh, that's crazy. Shan was like, Twitch will ban Tippy in 2 weeks. That is possible. That is possible. Shauna said, yeah. I mean, maybe I have. Maybe I have. I mean, back in, it's crazy to say it like that, but maybe back in the earlier days of the platform, that's highly possible. That is highly possible. Even though technically, I try to make things as tasteful as possible. It was everybody else that was worse. Like I said, when in doubt, blame everybody else. That's what I'm going for. That is what I'm going for. Sham up here laughing. D Love said, "Hey Sham." But yeah. But no, the funniest thing is I feel as though because of Tippy's conversations, she would actually make quite a bit of money. Like I said, if I'm not even sure if Tippy have seen the women who would stream on Twitch, Tippy would make money. Tippy would have a lot of white guys automatically throwing money and paychecks directly at her. It would happen. Like I said before, I've watched Twitch and I've said before that women can make a lot of money on Twitch. What was the whole thing that people were sitting up there saying? The lonely male epidemic. Yeah. Tippy could easily play directly into that, make money. Like I said, it would not be too difficult at all. She could do the same thing that some of those girls do, wear like a face mask, and there you go. And just start streaming. Like I say, you might have to play it up a little bit, but it'll work. It would work. Like I said before, even on TikTok, it would work. Shauna said on the live stream cussing. Yeah, and that's the one beautiful part about other platforms. You would be able to do that. Like TikTok and Twitch, you could, curse and do all of that, and you'll be fine. Tibby said the horny virgin gamer. That's crazy. HVG. It's in the game. Sham said having white boy stalkers ain't a good thing though. I mean, true. That is true. That is true. That is true. Monster said Dawn of Dreams does have a 2-player co-op mode. I don't know how it works though. Yeah, I like I said, I never got a chance to play the 2-player mode of Dawn of Dreams. But we'll see. But I do know that if they happen to bring it out, it may not have servers. It'll probably be couch co-op. Looking at Dynasty Warriors 3, which is another one of my favorite games, it's couch co-op and they don't have servers, which is it's ridiculous. That's a travesty. Travesty. Sham was like, I would curse too. Tippy said, that's not setting a good example for girls. I mean, you a grown woman. Hey, you a fully grown woman. Let me tell you. Like I said, if they got what's that girl from City Girls? She got that whole song about tricking. If she can sit up there and do that and that have a catchy song and having people sitting up there singing it, you know, you being a gaming girl, on Twitch, it'd be like that. Like I said, you're grown. that's the clear cut difference. You are grown. Shadow was like, maybe she could. Bet she wouldn't, but she wouldn't. D Money said, and talk about how everyone should stay virgin to marriage. Boo. Jay was like, my classes this year are designed around social media presence. Hey, all right, that's dope. That's pretty dope. Sham also said, I saw some classes already incorporating AI too. Yeah, AI is the future. Tibby said, I don't like my voice. I don't have a feminine voice. Tibby, automatically, given enough time, you would have those guys sitting up there throwing money. Be like, oh, I'm about to sit up there and subscribe. You just be overthinking stuff every single time, just like you're shooting stuff down. I'm like, yeah. You do a lot of overthinking for no reason. A lot of overthinking. Like I said, you could have been had a platform just sitting up there gaming. Could have been did it. But nope. Nope. Don't want to do it. Don't want to listen. Monster said, Spin That is a song of the summer according to BT. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Tippy said, maybe I should AI myself. I mean, you could turn yourself into like a Muppet. I mean, that is a possible thing to do, and then you can have that as like a wireframe. What's the name for your webcam or whatever? That's highly possible. Like I said, it's a multitude of things that you could sit up there and do. Like I said, if you got guys out here being these AI VTubers, you could easily do that as well too. Like I said, you can easily do it. It's real simple. Real simple. What was the third set? I got over 50 followers on Twitch, and I haven't streamed in 3 to 4 years. Yo, that's dope. That is pretty dope. Like I said, at the moment in time you happen to start streaming, you should get back into. I mean, when you have the time and the energy to sit up there and do it, get back into it. Like I said, being able to get 50 directly on there is dope. Anytime I get on these platforms, I'll get something and then, subscribers start like dipping off. So I'm like, well, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Third said you put a little effort in and you can get followers as a woman. Yeah, I keep telling a lot of women who game like, it is fairly easy. It is fairly easy. Like maybe at certain points you might have to put in a little elbow grease and some work and whatnot, but it's highly doable. Like I said, I've looked at women streaming and it's way easier for women to get a following than guys. Like guys really got to sit up there and work, right? There's no real type of leverage unless you're like some type of celebrity and you already got like a huge follow base or whatnot or whatever. If you're just an ordinary dude, yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle for a minute. It's a lot of competition, so it'll take a minute. Mon said I follow Jazzy Guns. I think I follow her on YouTube. I think it's her and a few other black female gamers that I follow on IG and YouTube. You said she be playing some games. Yeah, I think I seen her play. Didn't I see her play like Call of Duty? Like I swear I watched some of her lives before. It's a few other ones too. It's a few other ones too, and I'm like, yeah, I know they get follows. So one of the black girls that I follow, I know she gets uh I can't even like really describe it. The point of view the point of view that you would in a sense basically see of her is like you automatically know she has a huge following. Like I said before, it's crazy. What, like I said, some people play it up. They play directly and into it. They lean heavily into what they know that people are looking for or are watching. Shem was like, "LOL, Seji, don't buy Louis Vuitton, but I do spend on gaming." Yeah, that's bars. Yeah, like I said, that is in a sense gaming for a lot of folks is the high profile fashion. It's like you may not potentially spend hundreds or thousands of dollars on high price fashion, but on PC parts, on gaming, yeah, yep. Like I said, it'd be like that. Monty said Berlizzi's sister, Brittany, she got a channel too. Yeah, I heard. I think I did. Somebody had told me about that too. Somebody did tell me about that too. D Money said, oil them on the screen. I be sitting up there telling people some of the black women out there that's gamers, like they be pulling up. Let me tell you, it'd be crazy. This is it's wild. I'm like, yep, I know exactly why the camera's there. I see it. I understand. Like I said, yep. Tibby said, yep. Skip a Birkin, skip a Birkin bag. Give me a good pair of pink headphones. Sham was like, the funny thing, them racist white boys pull up to. Oh yeah, yeah. The main ones that sit up there and get on Twitter or X and they start saying this, that, and the third. Yeah, they be the main ones. Watching black women gaming, especially when certain things are front and center, and the vanity light and everything is shining. Yeah, yep. I done, I done seen it. Every single time. Like man, I'm like, wow. I'm like, look at all those views that this person got. Look at all of that money. Did that person just drop $200 in the chat? Wow. Like I said, it's wild work. Like I said, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Sham said they be saying racist stuff, but they be paying at the same time. Yeah, they do. Yep. And that's why I be, like I said before, you didn't had black folks play Republican and then turn around and be like, nope, I'm not Republican. And they leave off about like 30 to 50K. I'm like, well, that was a good game right there that they played. That was a good game. Touche. Like I said, crazy work out here though. Like I said, but women, black women could easily be female gamers. Just depend on how you want to decide to do your presentation. You know, every presentation is not for every black female gamer, but anything is possible. Anything is possible. But anyways, we've been going for about close to 5. Oh, it's been 5 hours. I ain't even eaten nothing yet either. I've just been sipping on this coffee since we started this. That's crazy. But anyways, I'm gonna let y'all have directly at it. I've been talking y'all ear off for the longest time possible. What was it? D Money said that's what we call it. Views. Yeah, views, man. The views. Yep. Yes, indeed. I'm actually talking about the numbers where you see about, like 200. In some instances, I done seen some women pull about like 1 to 2K people directly in the chat. I'm like, man, that is wild. That's wild. But like I said, glory to the winner. Let me tell you something. Get it how you get it. I ain't mad at all. I ain't mad at all. Tippy said, cook some salmon and rice on stream. Nah, Tippy. I'm probably about to order something. I feel too lazy today. I don't feel like cooking that. I'm just being honest. I don't feel like cooking that. I'd rather go for like a burger or something. D Love said, thank you, Seji. This was dope. No problem. No problem. Like I said, we always, have the main stuff that we talk about in there, the tail end of the stream where we just, talk about whatever. Slick Tom said that was Bob Saget from Half Baked. Oh, that was Half Baked? Okay. They might as well add him in Call of Duty since they got Dave Chappelle in there. RY said, have a good one. You too as well. D Money said they must have very awesome personalities. That they do. That they do. You're a man of culture, I see. D Love said, me also, Tippy, with the pink headphones. Tippy said, don't order any Asian food. Wow, Tippy. I said burgers. I clearly said burgers. And Tippy's like, yeah, don't order no Asian food. I know that there's a boycott, Tippy. I am ordering American food, burgers. Yeah, that's what we do out here. Monta said, it's good to be chopping it up with you, bro. And with the family here, I'm finna hop off and play this Hitman real quick. Gotta holler and enjoy y'all's 4th of July. Same to you too, good sir. Same to you too as well. D Love said, LOL, I fixed fried rice yesterday. I mean, well, hey, that's how you gotta do it. Cooking at home. Tippy said they should add Michael Jai White to call it. Of course, you would sit up there and say that. Matter of fact, Tippy, I got you. Since you talking about you want to sit up there and see certain skins and whatnot, they got Terry Crews on. He got a what's you can look it up, Tippy. Look up Terry Crews, character on Call of Duty. Like I said, there you go, Tippy. That's something right there for you, right there. That'd be your most played operator on Call of Duty, right there. That would be your favorite operator. You say you don't like Terry Crews, but go look up his operator, Tippy. That's right up your alley. D Money said, MM. Wait, you talking about Mother's Milk? Yeah. Because as soon as I saw that, I was like, you talking about like the boys. Yeah, I got you. Tippy said I should do the same, but I want those thick chow fun noodles. Thick chow fun noodles. I don't even know what that is. Are you talking about the udon noodles? What is it? Slick Tom said I can go for some black rice and jerk shrimp right now. Oh, you talking about from like a Jamaican spot? Slick Tom said, oh yeah, I read that one. Tippy said, I don't like Terry Crews. Slick Tom said they should have Black Dynamite skin. Yeah, that would be dope. D Love up here laughing. Tippy said MMA Punk. F him. D Money said, let me know when they add Cherokee to that's crazy. That would never happen. That's crazy. That is wild. That's wild. Yeah, that'll never be skins in this. Those are probably sell quite a bit, but they'll never do that. They'll never do that. TV said him, LOL. D Love said I'm fixing yellow rice, black beans, and roasted chicken. That sounds pretty good. Slick said add pink. That's crazy. Now y'all just sit up. Yo, it just is straight listing. She's retired. Tippy said Killmonger. Nah, like they probably wouldn't do that though. Because they would have to get what's the name from Marvel. Yeah, Marvel had to sign off on that one. I'm not sure if they'll do that. I mean, it's possible, but D Love said, oh, and cabbage and smoked turkey. Yeah. Cabbage smoked turkey is pretty good. That's pretty good, pretty good. Slick Tom up here rolling. Tippy said those thick chow mein noodles, but it's thicker and wide noodles. Yeah, that's like the udon type of noodles. D Money said, what about Jasmine? she's a pastor? Yo, that's crazy. I guess, people are born again. Change your life. I mean, hey, whatever works. Whatever works. However it is that people decide to move, whatever is best for them, God bless them. Tippy said, I love those noodles. I want those. Oh, you can probably get that from like Amazon or something like that. Or, go directly to the market or whatnot or whatever. Or technically you can probably make them yourself. Tippy was like, I don't know about this boycott. That's crazy. Black said they could use Michael B. Jordan from that one movie where he was a rogue agent avenging his dead wife. Yo, that was a good movie. That was a good movie. I think I remember telling people about that movie. I liked that movie. That movie was cold. And the way it ended, it was supposed to be a part 2, but I'm not sure if they'll actually do it. But it was a good movie though. That was a pretty solid movie for me though. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go at it. It's about like 5 hours at this moment. No Remorse. Thank you, D-Money. Yeah. Good movie. Good movie. But I'm gonna let y'all have at it. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who hit up the super chat, dropped any rubies directly in the chat as well too. Shout out to any new members. Shout out to any new subscribers. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon. And shout out to the moderators for the work that you do, both seen and unseen, and also for being a part of this channel for the longest duration possible. It's crazy when you've been going for about a few hours, you're trying to get your normal statements together, and it's not even clicking at this moment. Yep, coffee wearing off and need food. So yeah, for everybody else, make sure to go get some food, go get some sunlight, catch up on some movies or some games, get your feng shui, directly in order, and enjoy your day. And as Mon said, stated, have a very nice, enjoy your 4th of July in the up and coming days, things of that nature. So yes, Shem was like, eat well, stay safe. Tippy said, eat good and play video games. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. I'm probably about to log back into what is it? Diablo, and try to upgrade my character some more. Hopefully if I don't die a lot. Shem said, they use wheat noodles for chow mein. You can make udon yourself. I made chicken pepper stir fry last night. That's pretty dope. D-Love said, thank you. Tippy said, y'all have a blessed day and calm and stress-free evening. Shauna says, see you later. D-Money wrote, got an emoji down there that I cannot see. Tippy said, eat good and rest in your femininity for the women. Shauna said, love you too. And I think that was it for the comments. So I will see you guys in the next video on live stream. I will have a video up there for y'all. I'll just put it probably as like 6:30, or something like that. So back to the classic song.
I woke up and I'm back in Haiti. Sun on my face and the air too spicy. Mama on the porch with the same white chair, same blue bucket, same prayer there. Dust on my shoes, but I'm on for real. Hit on Roosters talk, hit that iron wheel. Put a Prince B like a drum in my chest. I've been far too long, now I'm back with the rest. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Who can shake me? I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Flip-flop slap when I walk that block. Old heads now when the boys all talk. Sweet mango juice and the gas can flame. Luke cousin grin when he holler my name. I left with a dream in a bag of pain. Came back same soul, just a little more strain. Now I move slow, let the day unfold. Got my roots in the dirt, got my story told. I'm back in Haiti. I woke up and I'm back in Haiti. Sun on my face and the air too spicy. Mama on the porch with the same white chair, same blue bucket, same prayer there. Dust on my shoes, but I'm home for real. Hit on Roosters talk, hit that iron wheel. Put a Prince B like a drum in my chest. I've been far too long, now I'm back with the rest. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Who can shake me? I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. I'm back in Haiti. Flip-flop slap when I walk that block. Old heads now when the boys all talk. Sweet mango juice and the gas can flame. Luke cousin grin when he holler my name. I left with a dream in a bag of pain. Came back same soul, just a little more strain. Now I move slow, let the day unfold. Got my roots in the dirt, got my story told.